Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May Allah's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you all. University leaders, keynote speakers, presenters, organisers, and esteemed attendees, it is my honour and pleasure to welcome you all who are joining us from all over the world to the third International Symposium on Educational Research, hosted by the Educational Research Lab, guided by the support of the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today's symposium places the spotlight on sustainable development, innovation, and emerging technologies in education and research. Throughout the various presentations and discussions today, we will be fostering an intellectual discourse on inclusiveness and equality in education, leading us to examine existing gaps and to share novel remedial approaches in both primary and higher education and learning beyond the traditional classroom setting. I would like to extend, on behalf of the organisers, our gratitude to the remarkable individuals whose unwavering dedication and support have brought this year's symposium to fruition. Firstly, our profound appreciation goes to Prince Sultan University's President, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani, who joined the university as Deputy Director in the year of its establishment. Dr. Al-Yamani obtained a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering with honours in 1983 at the University of North Carolina in Greensboro in the United States. He also received a master's degree in the same field 4 years later at the same university. In 1992, he completed his PhD in structural engineering at the University of Michigan. And as well as leading our esteemed university here at Prince Sultan, he has provided invaluable guidance to the Educational Research Lab as conference and honorary chair. Secondly, Vice President of the Female Campus, Dr. Hiba Hussain, thank you for your invaluable guidance and support in making this year's Educational Research Symposium a reality. Furthermore, I would be amiss not to acknowledge the tireless efforts of Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, our Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences and Chair of the Symposium Steering Committee, as well as Dr. Alia Mitchell, our Vice Dean and Co-Chair of the Steering Committee. Alongside them, I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf and Professor Mohammed Nuran Nabi, both leaders in the Educational Research Lab, whose contributions have been nothing short of exceptional. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to Professor Hala Dalbani, a distinguished professor in the Linguistics and Translation Department, who chairs the Journal Publishing Committee. Lastly, we are indebted to our university's administration for all the hard work they have put into transforming education in order to empower our staff, faculty, and learners with knowledge, skills, and values to be resilient and adaptable for the future while contributing to sustainable development. Together, everyone's collective efforts have laid the foundation for what promises to be an enriching and insightful symposium today. With this in mind, let me conclude by thanking you all for being a part of this symposium. Your participation is integral to our mission of shaping the future of education. And now, to officially inaugurate our conference, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our opening speaker, Dr. Hiba Hussain, the Vice President of the Female Campus at Prince Sultan University, who will lead the opening of the symposium on behalf of our President and Conference Honorary Chair, Dr. Ahmed Yamani. Welcome, Dr. Hiba.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected colleagues, faculty members, guest speakers, partners, and all attendees. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and a very, very good morning to you all. I'm Hiba Hussain, the Vice President of the Women Campus for Prince Sultan University. On this beautiful Saturday morning, and on behalf of PSU's presidents, it's my privilege and honor to welcome you all at the opening of the third International Symposium on Educational Research organized by the Educational Research Lab at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University. Additionally, we extend our thanks and appreciation to all respected speakers, organizers, and practitioners who are joining us from PSU or from outside PSU or even outside the kingdom for their efforts and valuable contribution to the symposium. This is the third year that we are holding our annual symposium in an online format. But this year, I'm speaking to you in a much more positive context, both in terms of the public health situation and the economic outlook. And we at PSU can look at the future with a bright, optimistic eyes. While education faces sudden challenges and obstacles concerning educational evolution and standardization, these challenges also allowed PSU to be agile and resilient, reinforcing the key elements in its framework statements, such as the importance of using technology, being a catalyst for new learning opportunities, professional growth, and the advancements of scientific research. Our aim at PSU is to show that educational transformation is possible and is happening right now. In so many places, with so many innovations, and with the engagement and contributions of so many people. PSU is a pioneering institution that holds the distinction of being the first non-profit private university in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and hence breaks new grounds in higher education in the kingdom. While we are approaching our 25th anniversary soon, PSU is more determined now than ever to continue its successful journey. So, to be a model of excellence in private higher education and to progress in opening the doors to new learning opportunities. We are now in the 5th year of PSU's 3rd strategic plan, and we are ready to launch its 4th strategic plan soon, where a large emphasis on research is found. Thus, we are continuing to empower our Research and Initiative Center with research professors, postdocs, and PhD students to improve research quality. The university provides a unique research environment with several facilities and resources. It adopts a decentralized strategy for research governance by giving colleges their financial independence and decision-making about conference attendance, project proposal evaluation, and research labs. This change from a centralized to a decentralized management structure has radically improved research productivity and increased the motivation of researchers and made PSU research outcomes boost significantly, with publication productivity 5 times higher than it was. Furthermore, the high impact of PSU research and the dramatic increase of its quality resulted in several international awards for PSU's researchers. In addition to creating startups stemming from PSU research, generating funds and revenues from industry, and the organization of international conferences, to name a few. This led PSU to become the home to renowned research scholars. In closing, I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation that goes to all renowned guest speakers of today's symposium, including Professor Stephen Krashen, Professor Emerit at the University of Southern California, Professor Iggy Sheehan, Dean Emerit of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Northern Colorado, Professor Charles Hopkins, professor at York University and UNESCO chair in reorienting education towards sustainability, and Professor Janina Bratt-Griffin, professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo. I also would like to extend thanks to our workshop partners, including the State University of New York at Buffalo, Austin Peay State University, Konkuk University, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences, Prince Mohammed bin Fahad University, McGraw-Hill Arab Counseling, East Carolina University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Association of Teachers, and the STOC. I would like to thank and acknowledge the efforts of Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, Dean of College of Humanities and Sciences, the Chair of the ER Steering Committee, and Dr. Alia Mitchell, the Vice Dean, College of Humanities and Sciences, and co-chair of the Steering Committee. An extended thanks goes to Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf, Scientific Committee Chair. My gratitude goes also to all co-chairs of the Scientific Committee, as well as all co-chairs of the journal publishing committees. I'm confident that this conference will create a platform for thought amongst leaders, academics, practitioners, and researchers to share their ideas and views, inspiring new and workable applications in educational research. I wish everyone a stimulating and enlightening experience all through the day. Thank you all again, and I trust you will enjoy the rest of the program. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Hiba, for your unwavering support of educational research at Prince Sultan University. We highly appreciate and value your words of encouragement on behalf of Dr. Al-Yamani. Now join me in extending a gracious welcome to Dr. Alia Mitchell, Vice Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences on the female campus and our conference co-chair. Dr. Alia Mitchell is an assistant professor in the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences and the director of the Teaching and Learning Centre at Prince Sultan University. She continues to be an exemplary figure to all of us here at the university, whose contributions to the institution go above and beyond to foster growth in the College of Humanities, as well as realising Prince Sultan's mission and vision. Welcome, Dr. Alia.
Thank you, Hannah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello and good morning to you all. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 3rd International Symposium on Educational Research. I am delighted to welcome all of our keynote speakers, presenters, organizers, and guests who come from all over the world today to join us at this event, hosted by the Educational Research Lab and the College of Humanities at Prince Sultan University. It's exciting to hear that EARL 2023 is focusing on sustainable developments of education and research with an emphasis on educational innovations and emerging technologies. This theme highlights the ongoing evolution of education in the world today. And I believe this symposium tackles many general topics, including, but not limited to, global trends and e-learning, emerging trends in K-12 college and graduate educational domains, machine learning, integration of artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, for example, digital innovation and gamification, learners' retention and engagement, assessment, validity, and reliability in today's teaching and learning landscape, curriculum and material design for today's learner, inclusiveness, and equity. The EARL 2023 Symposium plays a remarkable role in the context of how the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University is actively aligning its goals with the Saudi Vision 2030. During the past few years, we witnessed a significant increase of concern among the peoples of the world regarding the post-pandemic era. However, people were able to make a joint effort to almost reach the fundamental goal of evolving the various sectors and Saudi Vision 2030, which aim to enhance education and research and foster innovation. We are delighted today to welcome several keynote speakers: Professor Stephen Krashen, Professor Emeritus at the University of Southern California, Professor Charles Hopkins of York University and UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education Towards Sustainability, Professor Janina Brooke-Griffler, Professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo, and unfortunately, Professor Eugene Sheehan, Dean of Emeritus of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Northern Colorado, will not be able to join us, but we have another session planned for you during his given slot due to unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, we are honored to have workshop collaborations with several partners, including the State University of New York at Buffalo, Austin, PA State University, Konkuk University, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences, Prince Mohammed bin Fahad University, McGraw-Hill, East Carolina University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabian Association of Language Teachers, Arab Consulting, and Stock. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed PSU President, Dr. Ahmed Yamani, whose guidance and support have been instrumental in making EARL 2023 a reality. I'd also like to thank Dr. Hiba Khashem, Vice President of the Women's Campus, for her continuous efforts and support of all the activities offered at Prince Sultan University, and Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences. We are deeply indebted to PSU's leadership and administration for their unwavering commitment to transforming education for our students in these ever-changing times. I believe PSU's vision and dedication have been the driving force behind our endeavors, and we are profoundly thankful for their leadership. In addition, I would like to thank our Educational Research Lab leader, Dr. Noura Musharraf, for her incredible contribution today. Further, I would like to thank the EARL team, Ms. Maha Al-Jasser and Ms. Shahid Al-Amarini, and all of the EARL members for their efforts to support and be a part of this event to enhance research and education as a whole. Last but not least, I would like to thank you all for taking part in the 3rd International Symposium on Educational Research. We appreciate you taking the time to participate in our mission to transform education for the future. At Prince Sultan University, we believe that your involvement and contribution determine the symposium's success and prosperity. Thank you all, and have a good symposium today.
Thank you, Dr. Alia Mitchell, for your insightful words and contribution. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf. Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf is the leader of the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, a researcher with a high indexing of 14 and 57 research scholar publications, all published and indexed in Q1 and Q2 of ISI and Scopus journals. She is also the director of the Writing and Tutoring Centre and assistant professor in the Linguistics and Translation Department in the College of Humanities and Sciences. She is the chair of the EARL Symposium Scientific Committee, and without further delay, I welcome Dr. Al-Musharraf to the floor.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to all of our guests and presenters today. We welcome you to Prince Sultan University's 3rd International Symposium on Education Research, EARL 2023, with the theme of Sustainable Development of Education and Research, Innovativeness, and Emerging Technology. Prince Sultan University is one of the Saudi Arabia's leading university with a tradition of excellence in teaching, learning, and research. The quality of higher education is at the top priority of PSUs. The Education Research Lab was approved to be established in January of 2019 with a vision to bridge the worlds of education research and education practice with a mission of supporting a more evidence-based education system. The EARL translate research to practice in partnership with educators, practitioners, policymakers to develop the use of research that improves academic outcomes for students, faculties, and researchers. It is really critical to focus on strengthening the fabric of our global education system and to bridge the gap to serve a dynamic and inclusive forum for educators and academics to address the educational issues that aligns with global education goals, promote collaboration, emphasize on lifelong learning, and encourage cooperation among educational institutions. And also, it's really important to have an advancement in education that can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. Today's presentation will focus around the following areas: global trends in e-learning, emerging trends in K-12 college and graduate education domains, machine learning, artificial intelligence and integration within education system, digital innovativeness and gamification, learners' retention and engagement, assessment validity and reliability in today's teaching and learning landscape, curriculum and material design for today's learning, and inclusiveness and equity in education. Prince Sultan University continue to aspire to advance research and academic excellence in the region. The wide range of papers and topics presented at the symposium today will ensure an exciting and productive event. It is hoped that all participants in the symposium will find it informative, productive, engaging, and enjoyable. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who worked on making this event happen, who had dedicated their time and expertise to support and participate in this event, who contributed to the advancement of research and education as a whole. Your commitment and enthusiasm are instrumental in making this a huge success, and we are grateful for your invaluable involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Musharraf, for your contributions and your exceptional and enlightening words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our first plenary session that will be presented by our keynote speaker, Professor Stephen Krashen. Professor Stephen Krashen is Professor Emeritus at the University of Southern California. Professor Krashen, who many of you may know, needs no real introduction. He is highly active in inquiries and research into language acquisition, bilingual education, literacy, and heritage language development. He has published over 560 professional papers and books, much of which are available for free download on his personal website, fdkrashen.com. Today's contribution by Professor Krashen is titled, "Not All Education Innovations and Emerging Technology Are Useful." This will be a thought-provoking, critical presentation that will entice you to consider a more discerning approach to evaluating innovations and emerging technologies in education. And with that said, it is my honor to welcome you, Professor Krashen. The floor is yours.
Okay, my real message today or tonight, whatever it is we should be not just more discerning, but pay more attention to theory. And that's what I'd like to do first, is go over what we really know, or what I think we know about language acquisition, what the research says, and then see what the popular applications are. We see that sometimes it looks good, sometimes not so good. This is normal. I want to begin with a story, though, which will give away the entire theme of my presentation. I live about 15 miles from the nearest supermarket. And a couple of years ago, they made a big change. They decided to open the market at 6:30 in the morning, but only for old people. That's me. That was wonderful. So I went in at 6:30 in the morning, and the people there were different. The employees, they got a new crew. And I got my groceries, I took them to the counter, and I noticed that the man working there, the new person, he had his name tag on, and his name was Hispanic. So, of course, I spoke to him in Spanish. Spanish is not my best or even second or third best language, but I used it anyway. He answered me in English, which is always frustrating. And I continued in Spanish. I said, "Tú puedes ayudarme, you can help me. Mi meta es hablar español como ustedes." I want to learn to speak Spanish the way you do. And he liked that. He said, "Sure, hablamos español. Let's speak Spanish." So since I've been going there the last couple of years, I've been speaking Spanish to this guy and to many of the other employees. He spread the word. He said, "We have this one customer who speaks Spanish," and he exaggerated a little. He says he knows 10 languages. If you have any problems with language, go talk to him. So every time I go to that supermarket, I have a wonderful time talking to the staff. But let me tell you, I'm getting better in Spanish. There's no question I'm better in Spanish. People I know that I occasionally speak Spanish to tell me, "Steve, your Spanish is so much better. What are you doing?" Well, it's not from talking to these people at the supermarket. We don't have a lot of time to talk. We have maybe a minute or even less, because the person I talk to all the time has other customers, etc. But I'm getting better. It's not from talking. It's not from studying Spanish. It's not from conjugating verbs. It's not from writing flashcards and memorizing them, etc. I'm getting better for a completely different reason. When I go home, I now read in Spanish every night. I read easy books for students of Spanish. They're called graded readers. Now, some of you who teach English know all about this, the Longman series, the Newbery series. And the interesting about these books is that they're really good. They become literature. They have interesting stories. There's in Spanish, there are some amazing authors. And when they get new books come out from them, I always get them right away. So this reading is not study, it's pleasant. The stories are excellent and I enjoy reading them. That's why I'm getting better. I'm not getting better from talking. I'm not getting better from getting my errors corrected. I'm getting better from reading what I like, interesting books. With that in mind, let me give you an idea of what our theory is like. And I'm going to start it by giving you a couple of sample language lessons. And I'll use a language that probably one or two of you may know, but not very many. And I'll give you 2 lessons, and you can tell me which of the 2 lessons you like better. The language is German. Here's lesson number 1. Wir werden jetzt anfangen, Deutsch zu lernen. Und ich möchte voraussagen, dass nach meiner Meinung Deutsch ist eine sehr schöne Sprache. Und ich hoffe, dass Sie alle sehr viel Erfolg mit Deutsch haben werden. What do you think? Good lesson so far? You think if I kept talking to you like that, you'd pick up German? I don't think so. Here's lesson number 2. And I wish you could see me because I'll tell you what I'm doing. First, I'm pointing to my face. Das ist mein Kopf. Das ist mein Kopf. Und hier sind meine Augen. I'm pointing to my eyes. Ich habe 2 Augen, 2 eyes. Und hier sind meine Ohren. Touching my ears. Ich habe 2 Ohren. 1, 2. Und hier sind meine Zigaretten. I'm looking for my cigarettes. I'm looking for my cigarettes. Can't find them. Ich habe keine Zigaretten. Zigaretten sind nicht gut. If you understood lesson number 2, not every word, but more or less, I did everything necessary to teach you German. And here's the big message. We acquire language in one way and only one way, when we understand it. That's it. In my opinion, that's the only way we acquire language. I want to mention a few things about these lessons and what really works with them. Acquiring language this way is not painful. In fact, it's pleasant. It's not hard work. It's not hard study, all right? Number 2, even more exciting, if you understood what I talked about a little bit, you acquired some German and you had no choice. Language acquisition is involuntary. Wow. If you get comprehensible input, you will acquire something. You can't stop it. Chomsky gives the analogy of vision. When you open your eyes and you have good vision and there's something to look at, you'll see. You can't decide not to see. It's there. Your visual system will automatically do its work and you'll be able to see, okay? Well, this is how it happens. Language acquisition is inevitable. It doesn't take hard work, and it happens from comprehension. I want to switch now to application and tell you about my big discovery moment in application. I was driving on Pacific Coast Highway. Now, what do you do driving on Pacific Coast Highway? It's a very boring place to go. And I used to take that half an hour ride or a little bit more from where I live into the Santa Monica, Venice area for a couple of reasons. First, my grandchildren live in Santa Monica. And like many of you, I'm addicted to my grandchildren, so I have to see them. And I went to Venice, California also. and I went to Muscle Beach. Too bad you can't see me. You could see me making a muscle now. I go and work out with the famous bodybuilders and weightlifters. Quite a privilege, let me tell you. Do you know who used to come and hang out and just talk to us? Arnold would come. He trained at Gold's Gym, not too far away. He didn't live that far. So he would come over to Venice Beach and chat with us. He'd come up to you. You'd be doing your bench presses. He'd say, let me help you with that. Try this way. Very nice guy, okay? Now, that's what I did twice a week. And I really was fun. But you got to drive in the car. You got to drive an hour back and forth. What do you do in the car for an hour back and forth? Well, you listen to the radio. That was the first option. I tried that. The radio was just like now, 100% news. And just like now, that meant it was 100% Donald Trump. And I have had enough of Donald Trump, okay? So then I started to listen to music. Sounds like a good idea. Music was my undergraduate major, music history, piano, all that stuff. And you know, I like classical music the best, and I like listening to classical music. I like listening to Brahms, Beethoven, Chopin, the Bee Gees, the Beatles, all the great classical composers. Do you know what they did? They looked at all the stations that had this great music on it, and they started charging you to listen. So I stopped listening to the radio. Then I stopped at the Santa Monica Public Library. I decided I would get this about halfway from my house to the weightlifting area. And I decided I would get some good books to read in other languages. Books on tape, audio books that I could listen to in the car. I could get some good stories in French, in German, all the languages that I've studied, etc. Well, guess what? They had audio books, but they were all in English, and they were all popular literature, bestsellers. So I decided I have no choice. I'm going to listen to bestsellers. My first selection was very fortunate. Harry Potter. Harry Potter came in 7 volumes of brilliant, absolutely brilliant fiction. It was wonderful. Harry Potter, let me tell you, was written for us because it's all about education. It's all about the adventures of Harry Potter, his friends Hermione and Ron, and their adventures in different kinds of classes, the good ones, the bad ones, etc. So this absolutely was made for us. I gave a course, I was teaching at USC at the time, and I lectured occasionally on Harry Potter. And I discussed his friends. Harry's best friends were Ron and Hermione. One of my students wrote a brilliant essay. Hermione was a student, if you recall, if you've read these books, who always has her hands up. She always knows the answer. She always gets 100% on the tests. And he wrote this essay, Is Hermione smart? Is that what we want? Is that what we want from our students? Very good question. Well, J.K. Rowling really got it right. The books are a wonderful discussion of teaching in general, good teaching, bad teaching. And you know what? They've got academic vocabulary in them. You read all 7, you'll get a huge load of academic vocabulary. Very, very nice. So it's not a waste of time. The way we apply this, first of all, my conclusion after reading Harry Potter and all these others, our conclusion is we want to do 3 things, and they're all the same. We want to use fiction. We want to use stories. And another word for it is literature. Now, I'm not insisting that we use only fiction, but we should try it and include it because it works. Let me tell you what my colleague, Beniko Mason, does, the way she teaches. She teaches English as a foreign language in Japan. And the first semester or so, she calls story listening. The students listen to the teacher tell interesting stories. And Beniko makes sure she gets stories that, as she says, have stood the test of time. Stories that are known to be popular through the ages. She uses stories. She'll look at a story study it a little bit, look out for the words that are too hard, be ready for translation if necessary, but even better, she's ready to draw pictures and illustrate it or somehow explain the words. What we don't do, we found out this, we did an experiment, we don't tell students to underline the words they don't know and study them later. We don't give them separate drills and exercises on the vocabulary. They pick up vocabulary by listening to stories. They get all the frequent vocabulary this way and a lot of other vocabulary, and the stories are interesting. They're so interesting, the students forget that they're in a language class. They're listening to interesting stories. That's what happens when you get really, really good ones. Well, once we've done this, and we've done this for about a semester, Beniko goes into a reading part, guided self-selected reading, she calls it. Now, these are students who've already been listening to stories for at least a semester, sometimes more, so they know a fair amount of English already. The first day, they go into the room, the reading class, and there's a big table in the middle, and the table is piled high with books, easy books, medium-sized books, all kinds of books, and the students can walk around the table and select what they like. They range all the way from beginner's level to more intermediate level, etc. They choose what they like themselves. They select it themselves. The goal on this is that by the end of the year, they'll start to read some what we call authentic texts, books written by native speakers for native speakers. Let me give you the research results. And this, I think, is especially wonderful. First of all, the research results. When you look at first language studies and you ask kids if they like reading, they say, yes, they like mommy and daddy to tell them stories. Then they get interested in reading. 80% of the children interviewed enjoyed it when they heard stories or were read to. That's very nice. We take advantage of this in the early stages, of course. Well, our research shows, the test we used in the study we did was the TOEIC test, TOEIC. The TOEIC test is the most popular test in the world for testing English reading, etc. We gave them the TOEIC test and it's scored from 0 to 1,000. If you score 250, you're ready to start reading easy texts. Here is the result. For each hour of reading, these students gained more than a half a point on the TOEIC. They gained 0.6 points on the TOEIC for each hour of reading. Now, you can do the math and you see the results. So if they read for a semester or a year, they can make enormous gains. Their TOEIC scores goes up to 500, 600, 700. They're then comfortable with authentic English. So we now have evidence that this absolutely works. There are tons of studies on this. I'll show you where to find them in a moment. I want to mention one more in detail. This one was designed by one of my former students, Fei Shin. She did it with 2 other people, with her teacher. And it was a young lady named Sophia. Sophia came from a country where the language was Chinese. She didn't know a lot of English, and she had taken traditional ESL classes, okay? Now, what they did at this school is they gave them an English test at the beginning of the year, and then they had intensive ESL training, etc. And they looked to see how much they improved by the end of the year. A few points here and there. Sophia got worse. Her score went down during the year. She was worse in English at the end of the year than she was at the beginning. But then she went home over the summer. When she came back to school in the fall, at the beginning of the year, she took the test again. Her English had improved remarkably. She was, in fact, better than the students who had taken the ESL classes. What did she do during the summer? Very interesting. Well, Los Angeles is hot in the summer, And Sophia wanted to get out of the heat. She went to the local public library and sat in a cool spot and read interesting books in English for beginning level students. She read Nancy Drew. She read Sweet Valley High. She read all, and I've read many of these books, and a lot of them are quite good. That's how she got good. This is a perfect experiment, which is why I like it. It's a really good comparison of doing regular classes in the traditional way, grammar this, grammar that, or really getting to read what you want to read, books that are known to be interesting for people that age. If you want to see the rest of the research, there's a place where you can order my books. It's called The Power of Reading, but I'm going to advise you not to order it. If you buy it new, it's much too expensive. It costs $46.74. Oh my goodness. If you buy it used, I make no money on this, but do this. It's under $11. In fact, 3 weeks ago, it was under $2. So keep looking. Look at Academic Press, see how much they are, and see if you can get it for very, very cheap. It's the same text, and that's where I have all the research built up over years where this is replicated. What I've said, when you read for pleasure, you get language acquisition. Your spelling gets better, your writing gets better, your vocabulary gets better. Everything having to do with language gets better with self-selected voluntary reading. Now I'm just into the main part of the talk, and this is the second part of the main talk. The first part, when you read for pleasure, you acquire language. Number two, when you read for pleasure, not only do you acquire language, but you get knowledge. You learn lots and lots of things. You get knowledge of science, social studies, finance, health, technology, all the areas. What these brilliant people did, let me tell you about their study. This is Stanovich and Cunningham. Brilliant study done back in 1993. Wow, is it important and very, very helpful. They first went to a group of students at the university, and they gave them tests of science, social studies, health, technology, real tests in English. Then they asked them about what they read. The students who read popular literature, popular books, the students who read magazines, the students who read ordinary popular literature knew the most. They had the most knowledge of anyone. They compared them to a group where they asked them their grade point average, what their grades were in school. The students who read for pleasure did better than the students who studied hard in school and got high grades. It's reading for pleasure that really counts. Now, if you study real hard and you do your homework and you'll learn something, but it's not as effective as relaxing with a good storybook. I find this to be incredibly good news. Stanovich and Cunningham's paper, 1993. So number one, when you read for pleasure, you get language. Number two, when you read for pleasure, you get a lot, you know lots and lots of things. Number three, you understand other people. You develop what we call empathy, especially through reading fiction. The best quote is the one you have on the overhead now. It's by Terry Gross, who's the host of a radio show in the California area called Fresh Air. And I heard her say this. I was just thrilled because it's so true. When you're learning to read fiction, what you're learning in part is empathy. You're learning to be somebody else, learning to see the world through their eyes. That's exactly what happens. When you read fiction, you dive into the story and you merge with the characters. Well, other people have said the same thing. Noam Chomsky says it. Noam Chomsky says, it's quite possible, overwhelmingly probable, that we'll always learn more about human life and personality from novels than from scientific psychology. Wow, it gets better. The third person I'm going to quote, Barack Obama. Okay? Barack Obama said, when I think about how I understand my role as a citizen, the most important stuff I've learned from novels. It has to do with empathy. It has to do with being comfortable with the notion the world is complicated and full of grays, but there's still truth there to be found. It's possible to connect with someone even if they're very different from you. Amazing. Well, I have kind of validating information that this is true of Barack Obama. I have to do more name dropping. Barack Obama, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyway, my son won an award for his accomplishments in mathematics. And there was a ceremony at the White House. And he had a chance to shake hands and talk to Barack Obama. Isn't that amazing? And my son's reaction was, he's very easy to talk to. He listens to what you're saying. This is the same thing, okay? He is empathetic. He's empathic with other people, okay? He connects with other people even if they're very different from him, okay? Well, I had my own experience with self-selected reading, and I found it very, very convincing. I'll tell you about my experience in school. I went to secondary school in the United States, in the Midwest, in Chicago, in fact, and it was all in English. And we had language arts, okay? We had a year of reading American literature. We had a year of reading British literature. And we read the classics in British and American literature. I read the books. I passed the examinations, okay? Today, years later, I cannot remember a single book that I read for that language arts class. It made absolutely no impression on me. I did it just to pass the course, okay? I'll tell you what I did though. When I did read a lot, but it wasn't the assigned books. I read other books. There's one of the observations others have made. When someone recommends a book to you or gives you a book as a gift, it's assigned reading and you don't want to read it. Someone gives me a book, I think, oh no, they're going to ask me 2 weeks later, how did you like the book? Because they're my friend and all that. And to tell you the truth, I may have read a few pages, but it wasn't for me. What I do now, when someone gives me a book like that, I put a patch over it where they say, to my friend Steve, and I give it to the local library. Of course. Gift books are assigned reading. That's the problem. So what I do is I read what I want to read. And this is quite a good strategy. I'll tell you what I did. And it's different from what you did, of course. I read 2 genres. I read science fiction. I read Robert Heinlein. I read Isaac Asimov. It has been shown that if you read science fiction, you gain vocabulary that's useful in all areas. And I found that has really helped a lot in reading in other areas. And I found science fiction to be absolutely wonderful. I read the Foundation trilogy, and they were putting together the universal encyclopedia of all knowledge. It was very exciting. Of course, we've done that. It's called Google, of course, but it's a great idea. Probably came from that novel. I also read, believe it or not, baseball stories. When I was growing up, as children in the United States do, baseball was the most important thing in our lives. So I found an author who wrote the most wonderful baseball stories. If you like baseball, try the books of John R. Tunis. I'll tell you about a couple of them and why they were wonderful literature far better for me than any of the classics. They were amazing, and I think of them today. He wrote a series, John R. Tooney's, about a made-up baseball team and what the players went through. By the way, when I go to the doctor, I always go to a medical organization. And for many years, my doctor there was a man named Seymour Pearl. And he discovered my interest in these novels. And he was very interested in baseball. So we read all 9 together and talked about them. He retired from Kaiser, and we still meet and talk about the novels. It's very exciting because they're good literature. They're wonderful literature. The first one is called The Kid from Tompkinsville. I'm not telling you to read this. I'm just telling you, out there in general fiction, there are wonderful things. The Kid from Tompkinsville is about a beginning baseball player who's just joined the major leagues, the professionals. He is a wonderful pitcher. The pitcher is the one who throws the ball, and the batter tries to hit it and then runs down the field to get to first base before the ball does. Anyway, in the novel, the manager of the team retires, and the owner appoints a new manager. He appoints one of the players to be the new manager. His name is Spike Russell. He appoints a player 24, 25 years old to be the director of the team. Now, the usual manager is 45 or 50, is an experienced player, etc. No, they chose one of the players. It was a good call. It was a good decision. In order to show his competence and convince his players that he knew what he was doing, he gave them a lecture the first day. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of part of the lecture. He says, when you're at bat and you hit the ball and you start running to first base, hoping you can get there before the ball gets there, run as fast as you can. Even though you know you're in the professional leagues, the fielder's going to catch the ball, he's going to throw it right away. 99 times out of 100, you're going to be out. Run anyway. Run as fast as you can. Try hard. You never know. Maybe the player will drop the ball. Maybe the throw will go wild. Maybe the first baseman will drop the throw. And if that happens, the runner can get to second base and probably score. You can lose a game if you don't do that. What the author was saying was, when you do things, be perfect. Be impeccable. Since reading that book, it's become one of my favorite words. In my life, I try very hard to be impeccable. When I wash the dishes, I make sure I wash all the dishes and all the spots, all the dirt is gone. I make sure I dry them and put them away. And we're going to see later that's an important part of life. Be impeccable. I reread the sermon he gave to the team regularly because it was so good. Well, that's reading. And most of our reading is what we choose ourselves, okay? Not all of it, but most of it. What about writing? Let's talk about writing, because this is where major application is. When you start writing anything, you run into trouble. You get stuck. You don't know what to write next. You have what are called writer's blocks. I hope after you listen to me say this, you will appreciate writer's blocks. Writer's blocks are wonderful. When you get a writer's block, it means you're going to learn something new when you recover from the writer's block. Poincaré wrote a great article about it. Poincaré was a colleague of Albert Einstein, he's a mathematician and a scientist, and he wrote an article about writing. He says, when I'm doing my math, I get stuck on problems. I can't solve them. Here's what I do. I immediately get up from my chair, leave the chair, leave the table, and go do something mindless, something that requires absolutely no thought. In my case, it's wash a few dishes, okay? Sharpen your pencils, do whatever you want to. The first draft of anything is no good. You're going to have problems. Let me tell you what Hemingway said. And this is one of the great quotes of all times. Your first attempt, your first draft, the first draft of anything is shit. Now comes revision. And it's in revision that we make progress, intellectual progress. Writing can make you smarter. And the way you get smart is by having writer's blocks and revising. Revising is the secret. When you take a writer's block, when you take a break and you go put some wood on the fire as they did 100 years ago, your subconscious mind will feed you the answer. Your subconscious mind wants to help you. Gandhi talked about this. He says that the importance of listening to the small, silent voice inside of you. This is how we make progress. When I discovered this, my creativity, my writing, my ideas got so much better immediately. I learned to love writer's blocks, okay? The quiet voice inside of you. I'm going to illustrate this by telling you what I do in hotel rooms. I don't go to hotel rooms anymore. I don't drive anymore because I'm getting old. But in the old days, you check into a hotel, you know, you go to a conference, you're going to give a paper, you get a hotel room. What do? Well, usually you go downstairs, see if there are other people around, go to a party. I did something else. First thing I did when I got in the hotel was to pick up my suitcase and put it on the bed. Then I would sit down at my desk and work on my paper. Work on the paper I was writing at that time, because I'm always working on a paper all the time. That's all I do. And when I got a block, which happened after 5 minutes, I would go back to the suitcase on the bed, open it up, take out 3 shirts, hang them up, then go back to my writing. I would work on my writing for a couple of minutes, another writer's block. I'd go back to the suitcase, put away my undershirts, okay? At the end of the evening, all my things were put away easily. My suitcase was clean, everything was nice, and I had made considerable progress in writing. So these are my adventures in hotel rooms, and they usually work. I put the inauthentic labor of life, I use them as writer's block, as times where I can contact my subconscious mind. When I go to the suitcase, open it up, the subconscious mind comes because my mind is empty. Now, what do we do in terms of application? Here we go. We use writing bots. We use Chat GPT. Noam Chomsky wrote an article about this, okay? It was brilliant. He said using Chat GPT is basically high-tech plagiarism. He published this in the Indian Express about 3 years ago. It's a brilliant paper. I wrote a response. I sent it in to the same newspaper. By the way, I write letters to the editor at least 4 or 5 times a week. Okay, I wrote one this morning. Most of them are turned down. Most of them are rejected because they get so many letters. But I don't care because I go revise it and try it again, send it somewhere else. Exactly. So it helps. It helps in your getting smarter, getting new ideas. Every time I revise, I learn something new. Here's what I said in the letter to the editor, and it repeats what I just said. I agree with Noam Chomsky. When we do writing ourselves, we run into problems. Not only finding the right word, but mistakes in our logic. That's what we experience as writer's blocks. Poincaré revealed how to deal with the writer's block. When reaching a block in his work, he would get up from his desk, do something that took little thinking, such as putting more wood on the fire. Returning to his work only minutes later, the solution, or at least parts of it, would often appear. The new insight was produced by the subconscious. Writer's blocks are our friends. It's a time when we can learn something new, okay? When you use ChatGPT, there are no writer's blocks, and there's very little deep learning going on. Okay, that's part number one of my concern about what's going on in terms of application. There's another one which I ran across a few years ago. There's a movement, it started in Vermont, of taking university libraries filled with hardcover books, filled with paper, moving them out of the library and bringing in digital books everywhere. So you had to read off the screen, okay? I wrote a long article about it to the Vermont Digger. Again, they didn't publish it, but I learned a lot in doing it. Here's what the research says about this. This is Naomi Barron. You can see it in the letter I've posted. In her book, How We Read Now, for academic texts, reading real print results in more careful reading and better comprehension than reading from a screen. Students reviewed say when they do it in real print from a book, they're able to focus better, retain more information from a physical book. Digital reading is tough. It's no problem for college students who come from middle-class families. And this is what I do, and I had to do it because I could afford it. I would print out the article and then read it on paper on my desk. Or I'd go to the printer and have them print a copy for me. That costs money. If you're working class, you can't afford to do that with all the books that you go through. So this is one way where these things are unfair to those kids who are in the working class and not wealthy. So it's no problem for college students who come from wealthy families, but it is for people in the rest of the world. Other reasons why we should have books in libraries, in my opinion, and not digital. When there are books in libraries, it's easier to browse, to go through the book, seeing what's there, page to page, much easier. I've done it both ways. Browsing is wonderful. I have in the space in the USC library, in the education library, they used to have a section, I think they got rid of this, unfortunately. They used to have a section of old journals. They had a section of all journals dealing with literacy from 1905 to the present. In a half an hour, I could look through every article there, no problem. I got 3 journal papers out of this. I found data that I could report on again, etc. But we don't do this. Instead, we're saving a little bit of money. We have more space in the library. We can use the stuff for something else. But in our desire to save money, we have overlooked the advantage of prints. Someone wrote an article about what the great inventions are of all times. The spoon is one of the greatest inventions of all time. It's hard to improve on the spoon to make it better. The book was on the list. It's hard to improve on the book. Think about it. In a book, you can put it in your pocket. You do this every day. You put a book in, you don't want to go anywhere without a book in your pocket, okay? You browse in the book where you stop. You can stop anywhere. You can carry a book with you, the wisdom of an author, wherever you go. Much easier than going on your little phone, getting out your computer. It's wonderful. It stimulates this. My grand conclusion on application, let me tell you a couple of other ways of applying, and then I'll go to the grand conclusion. Let's say someone wants to know how to encourage students to read more. Good idea. Well, I know of 2 ways of doing it, and I'll tell you why they are not promoted. First thing is called the STAR method. This was a one-page article in the school library journal, okay? Tell your students when they're in the library, and there's a book that they really like, take out their pen or pencil and draw a star in the inside cover. Give students permission to do that. Other students who browse see the stars, see a book with 10 stars. They're going to want to look at it. That's wonderful. That's depending on peer evaluation, peer reactions, and it works. Number 2, this was called Spider-Man in the Library. It's also one page. This is for junior high school. Put comic books in the school library, leave them on the table. And tell students if they want to read the comic, they have to go inside and get it from that table. When they tried that, they found that the number of comic books taken out went up. The number of non-comic books taken out went up phenomenally. Now, what's wrong with these? Nobody's tried them. I looked for other people. I wrote an article about them once and tried to publicize it. They don't work. They're not used because nobody makes money on it. What they make money on is accelerated reader, reward programs, where you buy gifts for students if they read 10 books, etc. That's where the benefit is. Most of the things where we do application are things where rich people get richer. And in these, the rich people don't get richer, but they'll read more, they'll enjoy it more. I'm going to pause here and we can see if you have questions. I have lots more to say, but let's see if you ask the questions that I want to answer. Okay, let me pause for a moment. Oh, I'm going to ask and answer the first question just to give you a chance to catch your breath. Here's the first question. Well, Professor Krashen, the theory is really nice and all that, but nobody does it. You have failed. People don't use this method in classes, in language classes all over the world. We use the traditional methods. See, you have failed. And I agree. I looked at the offerings in classes at Santa Monica Community College, which is the small college close to me. And I looked at the catalog, which they send for free to everybody who lives close by. Anyway, what I found was that the classes, the descriptions were all traditional. They would have, where the first year we do vocabulary, then we do grammar, all this stuff. They say what we're doing is natural approach, which I helped invent, but they do it the old traditional way. Why is this true? It's true because it's hard to find out about comprehensible input. It's hard to find out. If you look at journal papers about language teaching in language teaching journals are very difficult to read. They're long and nearly completely incomprehensible with words nobody understands. So to impress their colleagues, they'll get tenure, etc. So that's no way to find out about it. I have tried to solve this problem. My colleagues and I do the same thing. We publish our articles in what are called open access journals, journals that are free to the reader, free to the writer. It costs nothing to succeed to read these journals. This is win-win. I have another journal like that does cost $25 a year, but I recommend it because that's a great price. It's a Language Magazine, $25, great. The average journal you want to subscribe is going to be $200-300 a year, okay? And if you want just one article from it, it's $40. Unless you're fortunate and you teach at a university or you're a graduate student that will supply articles for you from the library, but that's certainly not universal. We have to write things that are more comprehensible, write short papers that people can understand. Okay, let me go to the questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Krashen, for this insightful presentation. I will probably start off with the first question. I just wanted to go back to this dichotomy between being perfect and imperfect. Personally, I'm a fan of the Japanese concept of wabi-sabi that encourages looking at life and appreciating sort of the imperfections in life. But as an educator, I often find that this sort of runs against the grain of what the working world outside of the world of education wants from first-time workers like our students coming straight out of higher education. I agree that like AI machines generating text based on patterns on data don't truly have a comprehension or intuition for deeper understanding, and will never ever get to that level, I believe, with AI machines like ChatGPT. But how do we as educators convince, sort of our weaker-minded students to ascribe to this understanding and viewpoint in such a very competitive working world? Because for them, they would want to take full advantage of this technology in case it may risk their chances of getting ahead in life against their peers.
We have a small group of people, well, who are already rich, who want to get richer. And most of application in education is like that. All I can do is speak out against it and recommend things that don't cost money to do, like taking books out of the library. Oh, libraries are under attack now in the United States. The reason they're under attack, according to what is said, is that there are objectionable books that young people shouldn't read, okay? I don't think that's the real reason. I think the real reason is that libraries are free. You can borrow books for free. Wow. When we say a book is objectionable, people shouldn't be reading it, that means they're going to have to buy it. Mark Twain talked about this when Huckleberry Finn was banned by libraries. He said, great, we're now going to sell 25,000 extra copies because it's the only way you can get a copy. This is the motivation behind change. The motivation is strictly a capitalist view that does not take the good of society into consideration. Libraries are wonderful. Libraries is saving everything, in my opinion. In fact, the research on it says that libraries that are filled with interesting books where it's self-selection, kids can take them out, reading, and there are librarians to help select the books, etc. Those kids read better. So if we're interested in helping our students, continue supporting libraries.
Thank you very much. Professor Question, I have a question from Rashid Al-Ghattani. He's asked, how do you balance between reading for interest and implicitly picking up language and reading abilities, and the fact that kids, especially those with learning disabilities, need to be provided with explicit code-based reading instructions?
Code-based, did you say?
Code-based reading instructions.
Well, we're going to get into phonics now, aren't we? Okay. Here it goes. Okay. The pressure now in the United States is phonics. It's an application of a system called basic phonics. No, I'm sorry. Gosh, I forgot the phrase for it. I'll think of it at 2:00 in the morning and I'll call you up. The idea is that when you read along, here's how you understand print. You pronounce the words to yourself in your mind, and you understand what you say to yourself in your mind, and that's how you understand what you read. I think that's absolutely wrong, okay? I think you understand text by satisfying prediction. For example, in the sentence I am now saying, you know exactly what the last word is going to, and I could go, and you've heard be, okay? This is called analysis by synthesis. It is basically what Ken Goodman was talking about years ago. Prediction and seeing if the predictions are satisfied by what comes next in the text, the language, or more importantly, the message. This, I think, is the method. It is impossible to learn to read from phonics. Number one, the phonics rules, after you go through the simple ones, initial consonants, etc., don't work very well. Study after study has shown this. It's in my papers. I talk about the studies that phonics rules are exception after exception. You don't know them, your teachers don't know them, etc. Here's an example. Let's say I write a B, and I say, here's a word, C-O-M-B. How is the B pronounced? You'll say, well, it's silent. Okay, interesting. What's the rule? About 20% of people will tell you, well, if it comes at the end and it's after M, then it's silent. 80% don't know. What about combination? It's not at the end of the word, etc. Oh, that has to do with the nature of the affix. Maybe 1% will know that. We know all these rules. We acquire them by reading. 2 bits of evidence. An article written by myself and Jeff McQuillan. We published it in Language Magazine, the inexpensive journal. Study after study, we looked at the data. The more people read, the better they absorb these rules. They are acquired. How do you like that? Okay. There are also, Jeff looked at the data at McQuillan and came to the conclusion about 10% of kids learn to read without any phonics instruction, just by exposure to text. You know, they're not reading, and then 2 months later, they're having, seems like no trouble at all. Finally figured it, finally absorbed it. Most of phonics is acquired. I'm not opposed to teaching a few basic rules that get you started, you know, initial consonants, etc. But after that, folks, it's diminishing returns. Most of the phonics that we know is absorbed through the act of reading and understanding what the text says. By the way, does reading decodable books, decodable text help you? McQuillan has looked at the research on that. Absolutely not. Makes no difference. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Krashen. With our second question from Ms. Yulia Gusarova. She's asked, how do you promote reading in your family with your grandchildren, especially the youngest of them? What worked and what didn't?
Well, I'll tell you my case. Then we'll go on to my offspring. When I was in the 3rd grade, I was in the low reading group. My father brought home comic books. He said, Stephen, I'll buy all the comics you want. I'll pay for them. Just have a good time. I eventually moved up to the next group, By the end of the year, I was absolutely fine. Comprehensible, interesting books is the answer, and comic books take care of that. We have done research on comics. We found that kids who read comics read more than other kids and read as well as other kids, etc. The reason we are hesitant about comic books, getting off the topic, I'll be fast, is that a book was published about 50 years ago called Seduction of the Innocent. Kids are reading comics and they can't spell. They're going into lives. They're getting involved in juvenile delinquency. In fact, they have evidence. We went to kids' homes that were in trouble with the law, and we found that there were comics in 90% of the homes. Therefore, comics did it. Well, there were comics in everybody's house in those age. 90% of kids were comic book readers and still are. By the way, I think that Spider-Man is one of the most interesting characters in modern literature. I think these comic books are wonderful. The change came with the Marvel Comic Book Company and Stan Lee, who developed superheroes with problems. And the stories were how they dealt with the problems and got through life. Fascinating. Okay, time for more?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, comics are definitely something which are very sort of multi-sensory, especially for younger children, learning to get into reading. I do have a question from Professor Hala Delbani. How can developing countries with limited resources nurture reading habits in youngsters? I'm seeing like not having that access to libraries.
Well, develop libraries, I was going to say, school libraries. Little free libraries that's happening all over the United States now, where families are simply making their own little wooden libraries, setting them out, and you're welcome to take a book, return a book. Nothing is being kept track, etc. So there are movements like this, but that question is the one, and that is the one that we have to deal with. How can society make sure that all children have access to books, and that society is going to take care of it and pay for it? Asking the question means
Thank you very much.
Good.
Yes, thank you, Professor Krashen, for a very insightful presentation and follow-up discussion on the topic. Not all education innovations and emerging technology are useful. Your perspectives today, and of course those questions shared by our attendees, have certainly given us much to consider. I very much appreciate your emphasis on the need for when looking at certain technology integration in education, and returning back to the basics of picking up a book and acquiring language in the most effective way. Thank you very, very much for your contributions today. We've loved having you here, as always, at Prince Sultan University.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to this session, and thank you very much for attending this symposium. It's been an absolute pleasure so far this morning to hear all the speakers. Sadly, Professor Eugene, who was due and scheduled to have a talk with us today at this time, has had some personal situation that's arisen in the last minute. So Professor Eugene will not be joining us today. He will be joining us next year. So stay in tune with everything that we're doing on social media, and you can see the times when we'll next have this symposium next year and listen to what he has to say. The good news is that we have Dr. Alia with us. Dr. Alia, is the Vice Dean of the College and Humanities and Sciences. She's the Director of the Teaching and Learning Center at Prince Sultan University, and also Linguistics and Translation Department. Fields of research are quality assurance in higher education, assessment, language and learning and teaching, discourse analysis, and professional communication. Dr. Alia will be talking to us today about everything that the Educational Research Lab does at Prince Sultan University. If you can kindly leave your questions until the end of the session. And I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and welcome, Dr. Alia. Thank you very much for stepping in at the last moment and helping us out. That's very much.
No worries. Thanks, John. So yes, I will be providing details about the Educational Research Lab, and I'll also touch upon the topic that Professor Eugene was going to be talking about a little bit, about how can educators adapt to the emerging technologies that are constantly being updating and evolving in this ever fast changing digital world. So I want this session to be a little bit engaging. So I have questions for you. I don't think you can use the chat box, but you can put your responses in the Q&A section. How many of the attendees use action research in your teaching? So if you use action research, can you just put yes or no in the Q&A box? And the second question is, why is educational research important? Just say it in a couple of words. And then the last question is, what do you know about EARL, or the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University? Okay, thank you, Daniel. Yes, you're quite active in action research. Okay, thank you again, Daniel. Combined experience with theory, absolutely.
Well, yes, the educational research is critical to the development and innovation, and especially in these times of changing with technology that's being introduced, how we embrace it, what we learn from it. It's critical in the continuation of our growth.
Okay. Thank you, John. Okay, Ahmed, thank you for sharing. He said he would like to start this crucial part. Absolutely. It's extremely important to think about how research is connected to educators. We as teachers are constantly doing research, whether we recognize it or not. We are constantly evaluating and assessing our students. We are constantly evaluating and assessing our teaching performance, the strategies we use. Do they work with our students or do they not work with our students? And it's, yes, Ahmed, it's really important as it helps us to reflect on our own teaching methods, our own teaching practices, which will in turn help us to improve. So I encourage everyone who is attending today, if you're not already involved with the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, reach out so that we can collaborate on research projects. We can maybe even establish partnerships or joint or group collaborative research projects. This would be something truly exciting for all of us, I hope. Okay, so thank you for taking the time to answer these questions. So what do you know about EARL? The vision statement of the Educational Research Lab, it aims to bridge the worlds of education, research, and educational practice with a mission of supporting a more evidence-based education system. So the Educational Research Lab translates research to practice. Before I continue, I really want to emphasize the importance of this lab, as I was one of the co-founders of the research lab. I truly believe that the practice of researching about what's happening inside our classrooms, what's happening at our own institutions, our own schools, is important so that we continuously improve and support our learners. At the end of the day, anything that we do in education is about the support of our students. And I hope that we can continue to collaborate and work together. More about EARL, the mission statement is that it provides professional training and coaching to implement evidence-based educational research to constantly improve pedagogies. Its goal is to seek development and refinement of K-12 and higher education. Some of the interdisciplinary areas that are covered underneath the research lab, obviously the Kingdom's 2030 vision and higher education, K-12 and higher education, educational policy and leadership, quality assurance and standards, curriculum and material design, testing, evaluation and assessment, critical thinking and professional ethics, online and blended learning and teaching, digital literacies, sustainability, competency-based curricula, and of course, professional development. The lab name, when it was founded, was in February 2019. The current lab leader is Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf. The co-leaders are Dr. Alia Mitchell, myself, and Professor Mohammed Nur Nabi, as we are the founders of the Educational Research Lab. This is the website if you want to learn more about EARL, and of course the email address. Research outcomes in the past year, the patients produced in the research lab, which is a great achievement. International symposiums, as you know, this is the third one. And this is just giving you ideas about the previous symposiums. The second symposium, and now we're on the third one. Thank you for joining us. Standard and objectives. Adhere to PSU's strategic goal to promote educational excellence and to utilize the most recent technology-based teaching strategies, to pursue conducting quality research and aim at high-ranking publication venues, publishing in Scopus. Obviously, there is a huge drive in the Kingdom and throughout most higher education institutions to publish in Scopus, preferably Q1, Q2 tiers. Attract outstanding researchers to join the lab in different capacities. Pursue opportunities for collaboration in prominent institutions, both regionally and internationally. Futuristic outlooks, creating more opportunities to share expertise on educational development, like conferences, seminars, and research collaboration. Social media, these are the QR codes for Twitter and LinkedIn. Incorporating both artificial intelligence and virtual reality equipment into the lab, currently working on that. And we encourage researchers to adopt technological innovations and educational research projects for a better future in K through 12 and higher education. The lab leader, these are her contact details, and more about the lab if you want to call, or you can send an email. Now, I want to switch gears a little bit. Professor Eugene was going to be talking about more or less about how educators adapt to the emerging technologies. So let's talk about that a little bit. In the 21st century, the pace of ed tech advancements is vast. It's never ending. Things are constantly being updated. New applications are being created, new ways of using technology in the classroom. So changes that have occurred over the last 2 decades, we can see gamification, which is what somebody was talking about in one of the earlier sessions that I was attending. Learning analytics, trying to understand what's happening for our students and how well are they learning. The flipped classroom, I think everybody is familiar with that now and has at least tried it a couple of times. Cloud computing, who doesn't use the cloud now? Virtual and augmented realities, etc. So there are so many ways that technology can be used. But I'm going to give a word of caution, okay? As Professor Krashen was talking about ChatGPT, a word of caution is any technology that you use, it's a tool. And this is what we have to remember, is that it's a tool, and we have to select the tools that are going to best support our learners. So it's up to us to see what will benefit our students, the teaching strategies that we're going to be using, and overall, and most importantly, I would say, is the learning for our students. How is it going to support their learning? There are a lot of adaptive learning technologies available now. If you're familiar with McGraw-Hill's platform on Connect, they have an adaptive learning tool that can be used inside the courses that you are teaching. So where do we go from here? We have all of these tools. We're educators. We want to support our students' learning. Where do we go? What do we do? And how do we know what tools to select? So we have to think, first of all, what is ed tech? When you hear the word ed tech, educational technology, it's basically digital technology that's designed to enhance or aid teaching and learning, utilizing computer hardware, software, and educational theory. Key point right there, educational theory, to enrich learning experiences. The term covers all aspects of computer-aided education, including virtual lessons, micro-learning programs, community-led social learning platforms, and more. Why is it important? First of all, a paradigm shift in education is happening. Secondly, we need to adapt our teaching and learning practices. As educators, if we do not educate ourselves about the technology that is being developed and that is going to be used across the globe, we're going to get left behind. So it's our responsibility. It is on the rise in schools, businesses, and institutions. Thanks to the engaging, diverse, and personalized learning experiences it can offer our students. EdTech gives learners the chance to acquire knowledge faster, easier, and cheaper than ever before. At the same time, educators have the chance to create, deliver, and refine content wherever they are at a fraction of the cost and time of in-person or on-site lessons. Advances in EdTech in recent years have seen a democratization in the education industry, opening up the opportunities to teach and learn to a wider range of people and delivering a better educational experience at the same time. That's a lot to take in at once, right? But again, I have to throw out the word of caution. Digital applications, technology itself we still have to investigate, educate ourselves, and determine which of these will be best for our students and their learning. Okay. Quick activity, again, as I told you. What synchronous tools do you currently use? And what asynchronous tools do you currently use? So take a minute or so and just in the Q&A, type in your responses to those two questions. What synchronous tools do you currently use? And what asynchronous tools do you currently use? Maha, can I put you on the spot? Can you answer those questions?
Hello. Yes. So I put in the chat box. I'd like to use Canva for designs and homeworks that I give to my students, and then I'd like to use Kahoot and Quizlets and games for in-class activities.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Maha. Anyone else?
You're most welcome.
Okay, Fozia says she uses Socrative, Nearpod, and Pear Deck. Thamina says VoiceThread, Padlet, Mentimeter. I love Mentimeter as well. Yes. We have so many tools that are out there. Mentimeter is great. Quizzes, yes, I've used that as well. Padlet, Quizlet is great. Coursera. We're currently using Coursera at Princeton University. Nearpod, WordWall. There's a new technology, especially for language teaching. It's called TWE. Thanks, Fozia. And of course, ChatGPT. We all need to, as Professor Krashen was talking about, it's not authentic. It's just pulling data and creating something. But if students are going to be using it, if the world is moving towards using this kind of tool, we need to educate ourselves to know how to use it effectively. And help our students understand what these tools are and what we can do. So the point of asking you these questions is just to get you to reflect on, what are the tools that you are actually using so that you can make that connection of educational tools and how I can use them to support the teaching and learning practices inside your classrooms. Yes, Google Sheets and Docs. Google Classroom is great. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Iman, for sharing. Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, so some of the current trends, obviously I don't have time to cover everything. So I just, this morning, I quickly chose a few things to talk about. Blended learning. Anytime that we're incorporating technology or any type of thing outside of the traditional classroom, you can think of this as blended learning. Like an official definition here is a learner-centered approach that integrates complementary face-to-face, the synchronous part, and online learning, asynchronous experiences in service of intended learning outcomes. Blended learning in a nutshell, okay? So then what is online learning? Online learning is where 100% of the learning materials and activities are conducted online, supporting both synchronous and asynchronous learning. Okay, is it clear the difference between blended learning and online learning? Okay. Digital badges. Now, for me, when I think about it, these tools are a great way for us to rethink and be a little bit more flexible in how we reward students, how we reward faculty, ourselves. Digital badges are quite popular now. And the Mozilla Foundation defines digital badges as a digital credential that represents skills, interests, and achievements earned by an individual through specific projects, programs, courses, or other activities. So there's a whole slew of ways that we can earn digital badges. Then you can put it up on your LinkedIn profile. You can put it on any of the social media platforms that you might use as recognition for your specific achievements. Micro-credentialing, quite popular now, a validated proof of a professional designation, certificate, or a title earned. Oops, sorry. And lifelong learning strategies. Anyone from Prince Sultan University knows that I support 100% lifelong learning strategies. So we can use the digital platform, Coursera, as I keep mentioning Coursera, or Udemy or edX, any of those platforms, to build our own lifelong journey and develop these skills within our students. So lifelong learning for me is extremely important. Personally, I spend at least each year, academic year, I should say, around 200 hours of my own professional development, my own lifelong learning, and developing my lifelong journey. And I think as educators, everyone needs to create their own lifelong journey and decide like what's important. Attending this symposium today is part of your own lifelong journey. You're developing, you're discussing theories, ideas with other colleagues about education and where we want to go. Impact of AI on teaching and learning. I thought that would be something, because there are so many major developments, you know, the chat bots that are out there now that can answer and field a lot of the Siri, Alexa. Think of all of these AI tools that are out there. There are robots now, the drones, so many things that are out there that we can be using to help advance our current educational practices. And the AI can play various roles. How many of you use Grammarly or some sort of grammar and spell checker when you prepare materials? I do. Okay. Yes, I'm a native speaker of English, but I still use it. It helps. So it can play various roles in educational settings. Do you agree with the following? The integration of AI and education will open new opportunities to vastly improve the quality of teaching and learning. Teachers can benefit from intelligent systems that aid in assessments, data collection, enhancing learning progress, and developing new strategies. Students can benefit from smart tutors and asynchronous learning and advancing learning outcomes. Yay or nay? If you say yes, why? If you say no, again, why? Again, in the chat box or in the Q&A. Ahmed, definitely we can help you find out more about action research. I'll share my email address. Okay. Everyone is quiet. Do you agree or disagree? Okay, Maha, I believe it's a great tool. Yeah. For education refinement and innovation, why not use it? Yeah, both teachers and students can benefit if used ethically. Definitely, Fozia. Ethical use is definitely key and important. Yes, provided it's regulated, agreed. It complements the teaching and learning, okay. I agree with new opportunities, but would perhaps question the claim of improvement, though. Overall, I would agree with this statement. Okay, yes. All right. Thank you. And it does help with autonomous learning. And I agree, Dr. Jolly, it's not a substitute. Agreed. Agreed. Okay. And any questions? How do you select the most relevant or useful ed tech to use in the classroom? That is a very good question. It comes back to the resources that you have available at your own institution. And then you need to determine, look at the course description, look at the learning outcomes and specific discipline perhaps. And then you would determine, what is going to work. Obviously, you have to educate yourself about the tools that are available. So attend a session, make yourself aware. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, there are lots of webinars that are out there and available now about ChatGPT and how you can use it in teaching. Lots of research articles out there. So, I mean, the best advice I can give you is to educate yourself. And yes, Fozia, I do believe students need to be taught how to use ChatGPT, one, ethically, and two, with the skills to know how to recognize when it's giving false information, when it's not accurate. Because remember, ChatGPT pulls data, and all data on the World Wide Web is not 100% accurate, correct? So if they're going to be using it in the future, they need to know how to use it effectively. So it's our responsibility as educators to teach them how to use it ethically and efficiently. And we ourselves need to know how to use it ethically and efficiently. Okay, a lot of teachers refrain from using AI because students use it to cheat. What is the best way for us to take on this issue and provide a solution so that teachers can feel safe integrating it within the lesson? I think Professor Hala Dalbani has the best example because she is already using ChatGPT in her courses. Correct, Professor Hala? And she's teaching her students how to use it effectively and safely. And Maha, I think the best thing for you is to attend, if you haven't already, some of her sessions about ChatGPT and how to use it effectively. This is my email address, so you can reach out to me. I am on LinkedIn as Connie Mitchell. I know Alia is my nickname, if you will, but my professional name is Connie Mitchell. So you can reach me on LinkedIn. This is my email address if you want to reach out, and definitely collaboration, because I believe Ahmed was asking about collaboration, and we had several other people ask about collaboration as well. You have my email address, and Maha, you can put in the Educational Research Lab email address in the chat box if they want to reach out. How do you think GPT will change how we teach writing? Interesting question. Look at it from this perspective. You know, whenever I teach a writing course, I take my students to the library at least once or twice in the semester to try to get them to know how to access materials from the library, whether it be books or articles that can be found online in the database that's available online. ChatGPT, there's pros and cons. If you remember what Professor Krashen was saying about ChatGPT, it's always better, of course, to try to get them to sit down and write on their own instead of using artificial intelligence to help support the writing. However, as I was addressing Shazia's question, it's important that they know how to use it ethically and effectively. So we need to teach them, one, about how to use prompts, knowing how to write an effective prompt to get ChatGPT to give you a better response is important. Teaching them how to reflect on. You can have them ask the question on ChatGPT and get ChatGPT's response, and then have them write on their own their response, and then compare and reflect those two answers. How did their answer differ from ChatGPT's? I mean, this is just one example. So there are many ways that you can think about using ChatGPT and how you teach writing. Any other questions? John, did I get all of the questions? You'll have to check.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doctor, for stepping in at the last moment. It couldn't have been easy just to jump in and just do what you've done at the last moment without that much preparation time. So yeah. Thank you very much. So thank you. I really do appreciate that, and thank you for everyone for contributing and for all of your questions and interaction. It's really appreciated. Don't forget to check out all the links on X, formerly Twitter, and keep an eye on what's happening and follow all the updates. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. And if you need to contact me, you can easily contact me on my email address right here, or you can look up on Prince Sultan University's website, or you can look me up on LinkedIn. Right. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the symposium.
So welcome you all to the third International Symposium on Educational Research, ARL 2023, on Sustainable Development of Education and Research, Educational Innovations and Emerging Technologies. And the following session is a plenary session that is entitled Transdisciplinary Educational Research for Transformative Change in the Light of the Sustainable Development Goals, presented by Prof. Charles Hopkins. And Professor Charles Hopkins holds the UNESCO chair in reorienting education towards sustainability at York University in Toronto, Canada, and serves as a special advisor to the Provost on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. He is the co-director of the Asia Pacific Institute on ESD in China. The UNESCO chair established in 1999 and was the first one to focus on education for sustainable development as central concept and a purpose of education. Today, Hopkins coordinates two global ESD research networks, the International Network of Teacher Education Institutions and the Indigenous ESD. The UNESCO chair also serves as global lead for SD4 Quality Education in the Higher Education and Research for Sustainable Development Global Cluster, led by the International Association of Universities. Please join me in welcoming Professor Hopkins, and we're so happy and grateful for you to be with us here today.
Well, thank you very, very much, Professor Elfedin, for the kind introduction. And also, I thank the planning team for inviting me to be part of this third International Symposium on Educational Research. In my talk, I'll cover the need for and the historical relationship between education and sustainable development, and then I'll move on to address the the call for transformative changes to education to answer the triple crises identified by the United Nations General Assembly as equity, quality, and relevance. And so I'll also speak, of course, about education for sustainable development, what it is, contextualized as a purpose of education. And then some words about including the need for transdisciplinarity. I'll speak of the role of leadership. I heard other speakers mentioning this as well. It's a unique form of leadership, as we're bringing about change not so much from a clearly understood vision of a sustainable future, but more from what we must stop doing, what we need to move away from, and somehow learn our way forward together. So different concept of leadership. And of course, the roles of research will be infused, and for most of you, quite self-evident, and throughout the whole talk. And then hopefully be some time for questions. So let me put up the first slide. And as we mentioned, I am at York University in Toronto, Canada, where I hold this UNESCO chair and have held it now for about 25 years. But the task is of reorienting education to address sustainability is becoming more and more important by the day, as we try to seek both quality and relevance in our school systems, our education systems really at all levels, from preschool to university, in workplace training, and even lifelong learning. Because there are global challenges and opportunities out there. First of all, the challenges. We look at how do we going to prepare for roughly 20% more people, as we've already passed the 8 billion like. How do we address the social issues of poverty and exclusion and so on, and using less of the world's natural resources? Just think of the need for energy as the world warms up with climate change, the need for air conditioning, so on, and for over longer periods of time. How do we create the employment and so on? So while we often look at this, what is the role of educators? Because this is the world our students will move into and inherit from us. I mean, so we have to look at it both as challenges and negative. How do we prevent many of these things from happening? How do we at least reduce the impact through mitigation? And how do we actually adapt to what's going to happen? But if we look at it not only from the challenge, but from the opportunity, because much of this is going to generate the jobs of the future. As we reorient our education system to address urban planning, the changes there, to address the influx of new societies moving into our own turf in our own area, what needs to be done in the way of the social sciences, and so on. Now, as I say, because we need to look in the future, the World Economic Forum every year puts out sort of the challenges, the threats to our future. And if we look at this year's, currently within these 2 years, the red is a social challenge. It's really a social and economic, the cost of living crisis that is out there, that is threatening to topple governments. We have political parties and so on who are claiming that they will reduce the price of gasoline, they'll reduce the cost of housing, they'll provide more housing, cheaper food, and so on. And an intelligent person realizes that most of these are world prices, and something can be done. But because of that, we have a threat to political stability. The green ones That's environmental largely, but it starts as environmental, but soon becomes a social crisis and then becomes an economic crisis and so on. So for 2 years out, right now and for the next 2 years, it's the cost of living, natural disasters have gained the number 2 place, and geopolitical confrontation. We see the East and West, North and South, and well, in your region, you can certainly see the geopolitical confrontation and so on. But if we look 10 years out, when our students are going to be out there, you can see it is largely environmental that is being predicted. The failure to mitigate climate change, the failure to actually adapt to climate change, the natural disasters, extreme weather events, and so on, biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and then finally, again, a social change, large-scale forced migration. And so these are the things that we need to, that are out there. And how does the world address them? Well, currently, we have what we call sustainable development. This was the best idea that we could come up with in the 1980s. It's been around a long time, and but as I say, it's the best that we have at hand. In the 1980s, we realized that simply trying to address development on its own was trashing the planet, whereas trying to just address environmental issues on their own couldn't be accomplished. When we had billions of people, the former colonies, now developing countries, living in abject poverty and realizing how other people in the world were living. So the concept that was negotiated over a period of several years was the concept that we will pursue development, but a certain kind of development. We would strive to make any development sustainable. The definition from Brundtland Commission, sustainable development would be development that meets the needs, not, as Gandhi said, not the greeds, but the needs of the present without compromising the ability of our future generations to also thrive. I like the definition of an African indigenous elder. His definition was simply this: enough for all, forever. Enough for all, forever. Now, think of the discussions you can have at any age of what is enough. And the idea of for all, coming from an indigenous perspective, you can realize this is not just about the people in his tribe, not South Africans, not Africans, not limited to humans, but all life, for all. And then the intergenerational responsibility that goes with indigeneity, the idea of forever. Now, I think in another context, I like the idea, because in a northern developed world context, enough kinds of things, stuff, you know. I like the broader context of well-being that goes way beyond well-off, right? And financial well-being. I'm talking about meaningfulness in one's life, being able to cope with how you won the birth lottery, you know, male, female, person of color, what year. I happened to have been born at a time when I never had to go to war. I was born with good health and so on. So the idea of being able to cope, to relate, and so on, and find that meaningfulness in one's life. I like that almost a bit better. Now, the idea of education, though, with sustainability has been around a long time. After the Second World War, one of the first things the United Nations did was to create an international agency as part of the UN that looked at education. And so UNESCO was one of the first of the institutions. UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, was there. And in 1987, when the world agreed on the concept of sustainable development in our common future, education was identified. And during the 5 years from 87 to 92, as the world tried to negotiate and sort out, how do you implement sustainable development? Clarify, sustaining what and for whom? All of these things. And how would we go about it? And so they came up with the first implementation plan called Agenda 21. And in it, divided into 4 sections, one on social and economic issues, another one on environmental issues, a third one on whose voices are never at the UN but need to be there. How do we get them? So women, youth, farmers, Indigenous people, so on. And then the 4th section was on means of implementation, and it included technology transfer, financing, monitoring, evaluation, science, and education, public awareness, and training was there. And so from 1992 to 2000, when the world decided we needed to revitalize, revisit the concept of implementing sustainable development, and they went with the Millennium Development Goals, which would run for 15 years, from 2000 to 2015. But the Millennium Development Goals had education as one of the 8 targets, because they realized for development to happen, you had to have an educated public. But by 2012, they realized that just targeting on a few least developed countries, while our most developed countries were creating even greater sustainability threats, was not working. And that we had to come up with something that would address every nation, that everyone would try to work together to do. And so public consultations were held around the world to seeking the world we want. And out of that came what could finally be agreed upon was the 2030 agenda, the 3rd implementation plan, and we recognized the 2030 agenda really by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we ended up at 17. People wanted more. There were black holes in that, but these are the 17 that world leaders could agree on. Many wanted culture. Okay. Others wanted spirituality. There were other goals that we actually wanted to be in there. But through it all, I'm saying this historical context, when from 1990, they realized for development, and we had education for all. And I think many of you who are watching who have been around some time as researchers, you probably conducted research on how to improve the education, particularly in developing countries. How could we get up to everyone having at least a grade 6 education? In 2000, with the Millennium Development Goals, once again, education was there, but particularly for developing countries, et cetera. But in 2015, we look at education across all nations, and we are trying to address the issues, inclusivity, of equitable, of quality education, and so on. So we have education now with its own particular goal and SDG 4, and with its own particular targets, but embedded within the broader context, not out on its own like education for all, but integrated within this whole idea. We look at all the 17 goals is almost like the idea of a patchwork quilt. One patch doesn't keep you very warm, but working together, integrated, this is how we must address it. But looking at it in a broader perspective, as you know, sustainable development first began with trying to balance environment, social issues, economic issues in some kind of balanced approach. Now, the new one, we look at society has become through 5 Ps, and let's put it this way. So society has become people, environment has become planet, and economy has become prosperity. But we've added to it seeking peace. Seeking peace. It was very wise, I think, back in 2014, 2015, for countries to agree that peace now had to be a part of it. And also what has changed is the idea of partnership. This is no longer just about countries negotiating or provinces within or states within countries negotiating. No, this has to be an all hands on deck approach. We need to have the private sector. We need to have non-government organizations. Public sectors of government should be welcome, but so faith-based groups and education, the world's education systems need to be there. As I mentioned, they have, each of them have targets and indicators. And the targets, of course, for education, if we look at it now, we've moved from 6 years of education to 12. Access to early childhood and sort of affordable tertiary education, eliminating gender disparities and so on. But the one I want to talk about more is 4.7, knowledge and skills for sustainable development. What is education for sustainable, or the target 4.7? It talks about, when you open these up, it talks about, and through education for sustainable development, to developing sustainable lifestyles, human rights, and so on, and also addressing global citizenship. These aspects are extremely important because the United Nations General Assembly now on 3 occasions has identified the same as what we found back with the Agenda 21, that education was key. It was a vital means of implementing sustainable development as both an integral element, 4.7, one of all of SDG 4, but also it's the key enabler of all the other sustainable development goals. So UNESCO looks at it as sort of this holistic approach. The outcome of education. It empowers the learners to make informed decisions. So it delivers the knowledge, but it also helps with critical thinking, decision-making, and so on, and to actually take action. All this in a context of locally relevant and culturally appropriate. So it's up to each country to try and figure out really how to do that. Now, one of the great problems we had at the very beginning was I happen to be one of the 10 authors of that particular chapter in Agenda 21. There were 10, sometimes 12 of us, all selected from around the world, north, south, east, west, university education, elementary education, and so on. We realized that we don't want another what we call adjectival education, right? When I was doing that, I was also the superintendent of curriculum for the city of Toronto. And at every 10 days, some group would come in with a binder of curriculum and say, just put this into the curriculum. It's really important. And over time, we kept building these things. I have a list of 100 of them. But you see, wherever you have to put an adjective in front of the word education, whether it's environmental education, population education, entrepreneurship education, heritage education, life skills education, etc. And we realized that the last thing we want to do is to come up with sustainability education and add that to an already overcrowded curriculum. So one of the first things we had to do in engaging with researchers and so on is conceptually, how do we do this so that it can be embedded at all levels and through all education and reach all students? So it can't be an option. It can't be in one department. It has to somehow be a purpose of education, an outcome of education. And so we came up with 4 roles of education for sustainable development. See, it's education itself, everything, for it's the purpose. All education comes with purpose, but we have to make sure it isn't indoctrination. We need to question it, especially in universities. Go back to those questions: sustaining what, how, for whom, all of those things. The critics are extremely important. But what we did was we came up with 4 thrusts. The first one being access and retention in quality education. When we were talking, one of the university professors from the North said, what we really need is much better recycling education. If everyone could recycle really well, this would be great. And the dean of the Faculty of Education in the University of Cairo in Egypt said, I have several 100,000 children who are very, very good at recycling. They live in the dumps of Cairo. They need an education. And so the first thing we said, okay, access and retention in quality education. And it's up to countries, of course, to determine what is quality. But the second thing was recognizing it was our most educated countries that were creating some of the greatest problems. And what we needed to do was to reorient the purpose. Now we're calling it transforming the purpose and the delivery of education, right, to address sustainability. The third one was public awareness and understanding of the concept, because education systems deliver this education on behalf of parents and on behalf of governments. And unless the general public knows and understands and supports the transformation, it's not going to happen. And also governments normally in a democracy won't do anything where they are going to, there's a threat of them being thrown out of office the next time because they move too far, too fast. Napoleon had a great line on leadership when he talked about never be out so far in front of your troops as the leader that you're perceived as the enemy, right? So what we have to do is to get the general public on board. And then fourthly, the training, where we do know how to do things better, train people, teacher education. And so once again, desperately, we need the research into how do we train the world's 60 million teachers and the 40 million that are still needed, right? So how do we do that economically and concisely and do it well? So summing it up then, education for sustainable development is this holistic learning approach with a sustainable future, sustainability itself as a purpose of education, and recognizing it as that as the key enabler. Now, beyond education for sustainable development, we're also looking at transforming education. About every 25 years or so, UNESCO goes back and revisits. Why are we educating people? What is the purpose of education? You know, in 1996 was the last one that came out, and by the Dolores report, Learning the Treasure Within. And it identified learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, to become all you can, and learning to live together. Now, but over time, things have changed. We need to not only learning to know, but to honor up what we don't know, you know, as we try to control and run the planet through science. Learning the skills, learning to do, but how do we do things in a sustainable manner? Learning to be, okay, for the individual to be all they can, but not at the expense of others. And learning to live together. How do we live together sustainably and with others, where others are not just cultural others, but all of life, that vision from the indigenous person, living together with others sustainably. So now we're underway in reimagining our futures, right? And we're looking at changes of learning to be, but not at the expense of others. We're learning of strengthening the concept of education as a common good, right? And think of the research as to how do we shift and transform our education systems from the purpose of making the individual child all they can be, to look at the common good and intergenerationally, forming sort of a social contract of using education as a way of building and creating a more sustainable future. So this transforming education is becoming very important. Last September of last year, a huge summit was held in New York at the United Nations, calling upon the world to transform. And the world leaders who were there came up with outcomes from it. 92% of agreed we need to focus on recovery from COVID and worked on that. Others on rethinking 68% rethinking both the curriculum and the pedagogy to make the curriculum more relevant. And how can the pedagogy reach more people more deeply, and so on. And these were just some of the change they made. And out of it, two other outcomes, a greening education partnership. Some of you may be looking into that, where they're focusing, because many people think of this in terms of environment and climate change being that huge issue that it was identified by the World Economic Forum and many others, and so on. How do we actually green and address climate change as well as biodiversity loss? And how are we going to deal with digital learning, overcoming the idea of social justice and equity? But there are other questions that are within it. The whole idea of, are we transforming education to do better with what we're doing now? Or are we transforming education so it becomes a tool in transforming societies? If we're simply transforming and trying to improve education as we see it now, yes, we have to address the 244 million children who are not in school. There's no schooling for them, or their parents can't afford to have them in school in some societies where they still have to pay. Or the quality of education, where we have it's identified as 770 million who have been in school for 5 or 6 years, but still cannot do basic numeracy or literacy skills. So the quality is there. How do we enhance the quality of our teachers and give them a setting that they can actually work in? And we're short 69 million teachers. And so we have classrooms around the world with 50 or 60 children sitting in it, many of them lost. They're there because of their age, but they are not really learning and so on. So, and of course, the digital divide, how are we going to do that? So we look at, why are we educating, the purpose of education and so on. And within that, we're trying to research and look at what are the competencies that we want to have in students graduating to face the future that they are going to be in. Remember that list of 100 adjectival educations? Let me go back to that and say, they're all important. What it does is it shows the inability of the core curriculum, the inadequacy of the core curriculum to prepare someone for 2050. Somehow we have to go in and get the essence of those adjectival educations, and how do we rebuild education? So UNESCO in a couple of weeks is going to probably adopt what you're seeing in front of you now, the new education for sustainable development competencies that all countries will be reporting on every 4 years. And you can see, how do we deliver these? Most teachers, of course, are not up to speed in all of this. Yeah. So the idea that of research coming up with not only addressing these, but addressing the whole concept of transforming education for the learner, the individual, let alone transforming society, but transforming the ability of the student to not only to learn, but to be critical thinking and to actually engage as an informed citizen, which is now the purpose of what we are trying to work on. So UNESCO is putting forward these ideas as stages of transformation. And the first one being the acquisition of knowledge and information. Now, we all know that simply acquiring knowledge does not mean you will act, right? So we need to go beyond that, but we do need to have the information and the knowledge at the disposal of the student. But we need to have the questioning, the building of understanding how to critically analyze what is happening. Now, we have, for instance, issues that are, many of them wicked issues, that have been with us some time, and we can go back and look at them and understand them, try to understand the complexity. But we need to get people to the point where emerging issues that are coming, and how do we react to that? And I'll mention that in a moment. But moving on beyond the critical analysis, we need to somehow build a relationship. And so experiential exposure and hands-on. We know more senses that are involved, the greater and deeper the learning experience will be. Right? And so how do we orchestrate that into our teaching? Because what we're trying to do is to move people to act in the right way. And we want to do that through building compassion, empathy, and a relationship between the learner and, hopefully, in this way, a knowledgeable, compassionate mindset will get them to move towards acting in a more sustainable manner. Okay. Tall order. So In surveys and research that has been done both by UNESCO and Education International, around I think 58,000 educators in 2021, they started looking at how well people are able to deliver this. How well do teachers feel? Do they feel competent and so on? And if you looked at roughly 50% are either not ready or only moderately ready and can't feel about taking on challenges such as climate change or sustainable production and consumption, or social issues around human rights, diversity, tolerance. So, they've heard of it, but it's never been part of their teacher education program. And not only, as I said, is it important to be able to deal with what is happening now. We can't begin to teach them all about biodiversity and those 80, but what we can do is perhaps move more towards a framework that can be developed by researchers and others in government, so that we come up with a framework as to how do you understand a sustainability issue. Ones that are upon you right now, such as forced migration and so on, or ones that will emerge in the future, the sequel to COVID that will come out of somewhere else. So these are some suggested questions, does it have a history or is it just coming out? What is the scale? Is it everywhere or is it small? What would be some of the solutions that you could forward to? What would be the obstacle to these solutions? Who profits from the way things are now? Who really likes it and is doing well? And if you were to change it, what would they likely do? Who would be the new winners and so on? And how does this issue relate to others? As we learned from sustainability, social, environmental, and economic are all intertwined. You have climate change, drought in North Africa or in sub-Saharan Africa leads to migration north, crossing the Mediterranean into Europe, which boils over in the way of racism, exclusion, and so on. So these are also intertwined. But I think it's important that every child has a framework of looking at things so that they will not necessarily be fooled by populist government. Now, how do we begin to move forward? And the idea that's put forward is that everyone can do something. No one discipline owns this. This is not strictly environmental science, right? It is not science. It is not just mathematics and so on. But every teacher can do something. And you start with your strength. What are you really good at? Because you can help. Remember in SDG 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4, all the way down to 4.6 is about strengthening the core curriculum and inclusivity and so on. But 4.7, in trying to move to that, the idea of what can mathematics bring to the discussion? What can geography bring to the discussion? And so teachers feel with what they are already very, very comfortable about bringing forward. But then you have to look at how do we build this into something comprehensive? And that's where we desperately need leadership in moving forward. And we need our governments and our more senior leaders to support it, to put resources into this, and then where it is working, move it and put it in policy. So it doesn't just, most ministers of education are in power for about two and a half years. So as it's moving forward, we want that to really happen. The same is true with higher education. So important. These 8 and 9 sustainable development goals really rely heavily on higher education. And higher education has a special responsibility. only about 8% of the world's population will graduate from university. 7 or 8%, but they have become probably 80% of the people who will shape the future of this world. They'll become our politicians, the heads of corporations, business. They'll become even small business owners and so on. They'll be our religious leaders. They'll be our philosophers, our poets, our painters, our cultural leaders, and the arts and so on. And so it's there. And how do we build this into our universities? A number of leading university professors got together to advise UNESCO in transforming higher education for global sustainability. This is the publication, but they put out Knowledge-Driven Actions, Transforming Higher Education for Global Sustainability. It's a fantastic read. And in it, they call for research and so on. But one of the things they called for is fostering inter and transdisciplinary activities. And I say that the whole idea of transdisciplinary is so important. In 1992, when we first began looking at how are we going to sort out this intertwining social, environmental, economic, and so on, no one discipline, just like in the strengths model, no one discipline can do it. But when you get multidisciplinary, you learn from one another, but you're still learning to perfect your discipline. And what we realized is that we had to learn new knowledge. We had to go beyond our current worldviews and our ways of thinking. We had to, yes, bring various disciplines together in order to act, but in a setting where we're engaging the real world, the public, and bringing them together within what we're doing. So we have the instant feedback and learn from people who are not at the academic table, the people who get to review, peer review and so on, which limits our knowledge into improving our existing field. We need to move far beyond that. And where can we begin that? Well, it has to be within our university world. Engaging the community, bring our disciplines together so that when we have the science, the physical science, we also get the social sciences as to how we are actually going to bring about that change. How can we take these concepts of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and bring them into the global, from global to local, and from local concepts into personal change? Right? Because most people can't relate to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that were largely developed by nations and so on. We have to make it tangible. We have to make it all very, very reasonable. And how do we do that? Well, one of the things that we really need to do in making it personal is to engage with young people and do it in a relevant, meaningful way, right? How do we co-create and listen to their voices? You know, in the whole of the African continent, the average age of nations is around 20. In some countries, such as Uganda, it's 15.8. How do we rule that out? Right? Because we need to engage them in what is meaningful. In one of the pictures, the top left, that is young people in India who are developing local medicine from herbs and so on, and moving out into the rural villages they know all about one particular herb, and they go in and work with that. And over time, they learn about a second herb and work with that. The bottom right is a group in China of secondary school students who developed a sea turtle that a mechanical one that actually is solar powered. It travels on the ocean, slowly swimming its way and radioing back the temperature of the water and its geolocation, so that you can see the drift, the tides, and so on. So engaging in meaningful ways, I think is so very, very important. But once again, we need leadership. A previous speaker, Dr. Masuti, he talked about the importance of leaders. And in my opening remark, I was saying, we don't have a vision, a clear vision of the future. We're driving the sustainability bus by looking in the rear view mirror. What do we have to get away from? You know, what do we need to stop doing, and so on. So we look at where does the leadership be, and of course it's really the senior leaders that higher administration that need to be doing that. Some have a sustainability office, but as you go down the list, you see that students are not there, and hopefully there will be a way of recommending that. We need leaders that at multiple levels of government, education, administration, and so on. And then we have the informal leaders, the teachers, and even the students themselves who will influence other students. We need to look at all different aspects of where does leadership come from? Because what we need to do is to really rethink leadership. What research has shown, and we need an awful lot more, is that for leaders to move us in this way, because so much of this is about ethical, right? Because much of sustainability is serving future generations as well as downtrodden. But often the people who can make the decisions are not really all that keen in doing it. It boils down to a lot of it has to be ethical, inclusive, collaborative, and so on. So these are the essence of where we need to be moving. And we do know, if you know, when I'm talking about transdisciplinarity, our universities all have tremendous research and people who are in the schools of business, and how do you transform non-government organizations. We need to have these people at the table. I highly recommend this free book that is out by Univoc, UNESCO, their section on vocational education and training, because there's a wonderful section at the end of it on monitoring, evaluation, and so on. And how do we move from a whole institution to a whole community and system approach? We need in this leadership not to working, if we look at the bottom left, where you have the leader who has a favorite, and they it's sort of isolated, to a communal kind of leadership, because everyone has something to put in, until the point where we have a whole institution knitted, where sustainability becomes a purpose of the institution, part of its branding, and so on. If we look at the idea of transforming, we also have to have all of the different operations, the teaching, the research, and so on, plus bring in the community that is out there, so that not each of these departments working on their own with one of them talking to the community. We need to have the community come and be engaged, and more disciplines working together, until finally we turn this into a lighthouse of sustainability, where sustainability is in the very DNA, in the ethos of the institutions, and we end up as lighthouses for others. So I thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I'm sorry, but I guess we have not quite 10 minutes, but we do have time for questions. So Reem, if you would share them with me.
Yes,
And
thank you so much. Thank you so much for this interesting, actually, speech. It's so inspiring, and I was actually barely holding myself from interrupting you with so many questions that you inspired me actually with. So I don't know if I start with my questions or even with the audience questions. So let me start actually with the audience questions, and then I will ask the questions that I have. So we have a question from Catherine Cole, and the question is that or actually she stated that you have been involved for so many years in the global education efforts. Do you have any hope for the future?
I have a great deal of hope. As I say, I've been involved so far back. I presented to the Brundtland Commission, to Brundtland herself, in, I guess, 1985. And I have been keen on the whole thing. Never have we had so many people that are moving in the right direction. I mean, the world actually has been getting better. Medicine has improved over the years. Millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. Things are getting better, but we can't take our foot off the gas pedal. We need to keep moving forward. I see hope everywhere I turn. Like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I guess, if this is your third, you wouldn't have had the research symposium, and you certainly wouldn't have had sustainability as a part of it. Now things really are moving, and we must have hope, and I certainly have it. Thanks.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And yes, see that we're here meeting and on discussing this topic, researching it, reading about it, and being inspired about it. The second question is actually from Dr. Julie Shahini. And the question is, can AI help us in ESD, especially when we talk about training a huge amount of trainers and students?
Yeah, I think there definitely is a role. UNESCO is really delving into this as to how we can come up with the positive aspects of AI, and how can we embellish it or embed it in equity, right, and in social justice. How can we transform our current language arts, reading, writing, listening, speaking, so on? How can we transform that to embed AI so that we have the critical thinking, we are able to manage that? But as I say, do it in an equitable way so that we have large portions of the population not being totally manipulated. It's a huge issue. Our technical ability on the planet is racing so far ahead of our intellectual ability to manage and to cope. And we all have to be aware of that, but it's going to happen. It is, and we can't force it underground. It's got to be there, and somehow we have to cope with it. We have to take teacher education far more seriously. Okay, we really do, and think of how are we going to transform teacher education itself.
Yeah. And we have a question here from Dr. Hassan Nando, and he's from Al Marifa University. The question is, how can the haves support the heavens to achieve the sustainable development goals?
A huge question, isn't it? I mean, trying to come up with equity. I think it'll take time, but somehow we need to work with the social sciences to reframe well-being, so that well-being isn't based solely on things, our possessions, and our exterior show of wealth. We have to come up with new ways of treasuring a much more sustainable lifestyle and turning that into the essence of what well-being in the future is. And to do that is going to take that transdisciplinary approach, because simply asking people to give up their health care so someone on the other side of the planet has it, I don't think is realistic with our current mindset. So somehow we need to change our whole perspective of what is really valuable and who am I and what do I stand for. Those kinds of discussions, I think, have to start early and move forward. It's a great discussion, and thank you so much for the question. You've really got me thinking.
Thank you. And we have also a question from Rohi Jan. What should be the role of professional societies with respect to the ESD? And for example, Association of Finance and Accounting, ACM, IEEE, Association of Architects and Organizations.
Yeah, they're crucial. They're crucial. When I first began working in this, what I tried to do was go in my own locality in Canada, and I went to the Association of Language Arts Teachers, and I said, "Are you relevant or irrelevant in the future?" and of course, a number of them said, "Of course we're relevant." And I said, "How? What could be done?" And within each of the associations, there were a handful of people who formed a special interest group within their own. So the geography teachers, the finance, those who taught economics rather than finance and so on. And so that's in education context. But the professional architects around the world, they have sustainability. In fact, they realize that without sustainability, they're going to have a hard time selling their product. So you start with self-interest. It's like universities that turning off lights and turning down temperatures to save energy and so, because you save money. If you don't, no more gold stars for that. We have to go much deeper in a whole institution approach. We need to address not only what is taught, but the research, our whole operations. What do we model? But getting back to the question, yes, not only the professional associations, but non-government organizations too. Everyone has to look at what can we contribute. What is, let me add one little thing. We all know what the ecological footprint. I think almost everyone does. The idea has been around since the early 1980s and so on. But when a group of young children in grade 4 in India were being taught about their ecological footprint, this little girl said, "But I have hands. I can do something about my footprint." And the teacher recognized right away the imagery, the metaphor, and went to a non-government organization with the idea of the ecological handprint. And that non-government organization, the Center for Environmental Education in India, went to the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Environment, who clumped onto it. It is spread through India, through Africa, and many parts of the world now. The idea of the handprint is positive. It's the hope that I was talking about. In my work, I leave huge ecological footprints, but I'm hoping that in the end, my handprints will be greater than my footprints. And the same with each of these professional organizations, that hopefully they can see their contribution to the future and to the quality of life of others. Their handprints will be a lot bigger than their footprints. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And we have one more question here from Dr. Alia, and she's asking, do you think the sustainability ranking criteria by various agencies such as the THE or QS help at all?
I think they really help. I know there's, people don't like competition. They don't like, there are many, many things, and some of them are not, what they're measuring doesn't fit with every culture. But I can tell you that there are roughly 25,000 universities around the world. But every year, now I think it's about 1,800 universities are entering into that. Now, not only is it the rankings, but they are learning and they're sharing. The senior administration, it may be from greed of trying to bring in other students, recruiting of students. It could be from, say, savings. Whatever it happens to be, the bottom line is a lot of students now are they're concerned, they're interested, they're worried about climate change and so on. And many of them altruistically want to study and do this. And so the rankings in a way are changing how many my university in particular, we've embedded sustainability into our academic plan, our research plan, all of our operations, our purchasing, our human resources. It's all into it. And of course, they love to show this within the rankings. So what is driving it? I really don't care. The patient is being saved, right?
She's actually following up by asking, how can these ranking or those rankings be improved?
They are trying to improve them all the time, and they're talking with universities, and they welcome anyone sending in suggestions as to what kind of indicators they have. It's pretty complex. What I don't like about Times Higher Education is that they compete one against the other. I would prefer that there were standards and people could work towards these standards so that everybody could be a platinum or an eagle or whatever the highest level is. So you would have different ones that you could aspire to, and then as time goes on, you raise the standards, but that everybody can get there, and you're not ranked 322nd. That's not all that encouraging.
Again, I have a question from Dr. Julie Shahini, and she said in the earlier part of your session, you mentioned erosion of social cohesion as one of the risk areas. Could you please elaborate, as it's quite threatening?
Yeah. What we're seeing in many parts of the world, and in the North included, is kind of a tribalism. That we have, the political left and the political right, and they stand for certain things. They're not. You make up your own mind on a particular issue, but if you identify to the right, then there's a whole cluster of things that you must buy into. And as this goes on, or if you identify with the left, there are things that automatically, whether you like them or not, no, but you have to sort of stand for that, because it's this cluster, and it stops things from moving forward. If you look at what now is the stalemate in the United States in the House, where they can't even get a speaker elected because you have clusters and groups. So when you get clusters and groups that are in almost equal in size, then you have the bullying of a small independent group. Look at in Israel right now, you have the far right, a small cluster, because the rest of the government is so balanced that this small cluster is the same as in the United States. So what we have to do is to get more independent thinking, but the cohesion, not ending up with one nationalism. We want independent thinking. We need plurality, and so on. But overall, we need to have societies that are not breaking apart along the lines of race, color, creed, sexuality, that sort of thing, but more along a willingness to live and work together. As I say, that stressing of how do we work towards a common good that's beyond our own individualism, that change that we're calling for in education. Now, how do we do that? What is the research that would be involved in shifting from the individualism and the well-being of the individual to societal well-being? What would that look like? And how could we move there?
If I can jump in here, I'm Dr. Alia, and I just want to say I'm completely impressed, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone who has attended this session. It's truly exceptional, and it's such an important topic, and we all have to take responsibility if we want to make the world a better place. So thank you so much for your inspirational talk and ideas and thoughts. It truly is a fantastic opportunity for us to learn from you.
Oh. Well, thank you so much for these kind words. I do appreciate it. And I thank all of you who have joined and stayed. It's always good when a speaker sees that some people stay at any rate. And I hope that for all of you that you'll take this and move forward and get that handprint out there to others. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for this session. It's so inspiring, and you know, the information that's about the world, about, you know, how to be sustainable, even, I mean, like adopting this kind of mindset. I mean, like, thank you so much. We are here again with another keynote speakers. So this session is actually a plenary sessions entitled Developing Biliteracy Among Young Learners in the Era of Global English, presented by Professor Janina Bratt-Greffler and Professor Janina Bratt-Greffler is Associate Dean of International Education and Language Programs and Language Programs Director, Center for Comparative and Global Studies in Education, University of Buffalo in the United States. Professor Bratt-Greffler brings more than 20 years of research, senior level administration, and university teaching in language education in the U.S. and internationally, including the State University of New York in the U.S., the University of Vienna in Austria, and the University of York in the UK. She served as an external evaluator for academic programs and universities in the Middle East, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She's the Academic Vice Dean of Education and Language Programs at the State University of New York, and she has served as the head of the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy and director of the Research Center in Comparative and Global Education. Additionally, she's the editor of the International Journal of Applied Linguistics by Wiley Blackwell. Please join me in welcoming Professor Brett Griffler. We're so happy that you're joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely delighted to see everyone to join the family at PSU. For me, it is coming back and seeing so many colleagues and friends. It's really a tremendous pleasure. So thank you very much for extending this invitation to me and for this wonderful introduction, Ms. Maha. So I really appreciate that. I know that you have had a long day of conversations, and Professor Charles Hopkins' session indeed was inspiring and bringing that sense of unity and common good for us to work towards. And I believe it also serves a wonderful bridge to the topic that I would like to focus on in my session, that is developing biliteracy among young learners. This is something that I have been working on recently. So I would like to share that research with you and entertain questions and welcome your dialogue. So the topic of my presentation is developing biliteracy among young learners in the area of global English. I believe that this topic is of importance to many countries, many societies, as multilingualism is becoming a norm. Many world languages are present in our classrooms, and of course, English as one of the world languages has established itself in K-12, but also in higher education. Prince Sultan University is one of the wonderful examples how instruction takes place in English alongside, obviously, other languages that may be part of the interactions that students and faculty carry. So what does it mean for, so these changes in higher education, what does all of this mean for K-12 context? In what ways thinking about language and literacy early would prepare and does prepare students for the kind of experience that they more increasingly have in higher education? So let me first, so this is the central purpose, the central goal of my research program currently. Let me start with a few statements, observations about the importance of early literacy. We know that children's early language and literate competence serve as the foundation for later reading abilities and overall academic success. And we see that confirmation from a wide range of sources: Bertrand Wright, Alan Bialystok, Gord. Alan Bialystok emphasizes the importance of early literacy in the following way: the pinnacle of young children's educational development is the acquisition of literacy. Literacy is the ticket of entry into our society. It is the currency by which social and economic positions are waged, and it is the central purpose of schooling. Indeed, literacy early prepares students for subsequent, more challenging grades as they move in the educational system. So much has been researched about early literacy development among monolingual children. However, how young emergent, and I stress emergent bilingual children develop their early literacy still remains less explored. This is the direction that our field, language education, is moving towards. The paradigms, the focus on multilingual and bilingual learning is currently more emphasized, and the attention to early literacy and bilingual learning is becoming more central to our research programs. In the United States, one of the curricular response has been the creation, delivery, and assessment of dual language programs. So dual language programs in terms of language and literacy development, they are on the rise. And it is also one of the ways how we are recognizing the importance of bilingualism, hybrid language use in our communities. As a background, for those of you who may not be intimately aware of New York, where I currently work, the linguistic and cultural diversity is quite stunning, actually, up to or over 200 languages that exist in our speech communities, with some languages that share more. And here you see the Spanish language taking the lead, 64% or thereabouts. So certainly due to population movements, it might vary slightly, but the Spanish language is number one in terms of other world languages that is spoken. Chinese, second, 9.2%, Arabic, and then if you look further down, 7 more out of the 10 top home languages spoken in families and communities are Bengali, Russian, Urdu, Haitian Creole, French, Karen, Nepali, and other. So as I said, about 200 languages. Now that impacts our schools, our classrooms, and the kind of programming that we can and we need to do with our young learners. So in the state of New York, we do have a positive move in terms of policy. And this is a very important development. The state put through what's called the seal of biliteracy. That is the recognition, the acknowledgement of the efforts, also the educational programming of bilingual learning. So students who reach high school, they are just up to graduation, they can receive this incredible recognition in terms of knowing another language, other language than English, which, as we know, policy initiatives and policies do play a role. What kind of resources are allocated, what it means for teacher preparation, and overall what we do in our classrooms. So that policy, seal of biliteracy in New York State, is a positive move in terms of preserving, developing languages other than English. And but the goal of seal of literacy is to indeed, as its intent here, it's to affirm the value of diversity in a multilingual society, encourage the study of languages, identify high school graduates with language and biliteracy skills for employers. So overall, this is a really very, very important policy. in policy initiative and development. So as I mentioned earlier, dual language programs is a curricula initiative. This is a form of programming in schools that is on the rise in the US. And I'm giving you here just a total number currently of dual language programs. 1,700 in total in the US, but some states have a higher share of these programs than others. California, New York State, Texas, those are some of the states that have more of dual language programs. So for example, in New York State, more than 600 bilingual programs have operated, and 239 of them are dual language programs. I also want to give you a very brief sort of distinction between what we mean by a dual language and what we mean by a transitional bilingual program. The world of bilingualism is very, very complex, but these two curricula options, they are significant in terms of language allocation and also the teachers, the training of the teachers in schools. So the dual language program aims to develop biliteracy and bilingualism in English and in home and target language. And also it emphasizes positive intercultural, multicultural attitudes and behaviors. Whereas the transitional bilingual model, that is more of assimilationist model, and it has been quite dominant over many, many decades in the United States. But the more current emphasis is more on the dual language programming. So it is not an easy program to deliver. The ideal state is 50% of English in terms of the instruction and 50% of target language. So the kind of research that I have conducted in schools, a bilingual school asked me to come and do research and provide an external perspective on what works and what does not work in that program, aim to implement a dual language program, which is 50% English instruction and 50% home language. And in this case, it was Spanish. So I'm going to share my research with you just in a minute, but I wanted to kind of bring that conceptual clarity for you. So biliteracy development in the field, also those of you who are working, you probably feel that there is a growing recognition that the language, from a cognitive perspective as well, that the languages of bi and multilinguals interact in complex ways and develop and enhance overall language and literacy development. Hence my earlier comment also about the importance of early literacy development. But currently we're looking at a richer representation as well as understanding of how bilinguals and multilinguals communicate and how they develop. And there is that a greater recognition and research going in this direction. Also, greater emphasis in K-12 to social emotional learning, and certainly how we include languages other than dominant languages. I believe it's part of that greater attention to socio-emotional learning for our students and caring about our young learners. So obviously, heritage languages and culture needs to be and is to a great extent part of our curriculum and schools. So the research study that I want to share is some fundings with you. It's a lot of data. I won't be able to share all of that, but I want to share data that comes from the youngest learners that I worked with. It is a longitudinal study that I conducted for 2 years in an urban school in one of the largest districts in New York State. And the school currently enrolls approximately 728 students. Predominantly, they are Latina students, 82%. And there are other also abilities that are reported. We are required to report those other abilities as well. So it is very Spanish rich culturally and linguistically school. So I want to share with you the overall project, the data that I have collected and the grades that I worked with. So students in grade 2, students in grade 3 and 6. So I wanted to capture language development and literacy development across grades and see what working with teachers, working with administrators, what works, what kind of learning takes place. So the number of classrooms that participated in this whole project were 9 classrooms. The number of students who participated, 166. Again, this is over 2 years. Classroom observations, lots of classroom observations in grade 2, in grade 3, in grade 6. The number of classroom observations you see about 180 or more than that. So the data that we collected, the data came from teachers, surveys. We took a lot of time to develop a rapport with teachers who were in this classroom, as well as students. So teacher questionnaires, student questionnaires that we piloted first, validated, and then we issued those surveys twice as sort of final surveys for teachers and students. We had lots of teacher interviews over a period of 2 years and student interviews. And when we are working with children, I learned that doing focus group interviews is really very important. And teacher interviews, as well as standardized scores in English proficiency and content area. In this case, we have standardized tests on New York State test in math, as well as school assessments for Spanish for 2nd grade. Unfortunately, school at that point did not have yet assessments for Spanish. They were implementing this particular curriculum, but they did develop the school assessments for the 2nd grade. So, so I will report findings for learners in grade 2. And this is a cohort of 37 students and with 4 certified teachers. So this is one cohort that has created or what I call study 1 of focus for the analysis of the data. So on average, students were 8 years old. They lived in the United States approximately 3.3 years and attended the school for 2.3 years. Some students were not in the bilingual schools. So overall, what we see from this sample is that students across all 4 language skills, they are more proficient in Spanish than in English. And you can see across the language skills, so English is in the darker color. So you see that literacy, reading and writing is actually the lowest, right? Spanish, writing and speaking, interestingly, is quite high and more developed. But reading in English is least developed, and then writing in English. So overall, this sample, these second graders, and as they are entering the school, they are dominant in Spanish across all skills, and literacy in English, writing and reading, is the lowest. Okay, so that gives you a sort of a picture of this cohort. So the kinds of questions that I was interested in finding answers to were, number one is the relationship between children's language and literacy in Spanish and English. What is the relationship between? Because there is the assumption of the that skills from one language transfer to another. And definitely this is a strong argument for biliteracy curricula and biliteracy learning, and particularly sustaining bilingual education. So my first research question, and looking at this particular cohort and also longitudinally going up to the subsequent grades, this is the research question. This is the purpose that I wanted to see. What is the relationship between language literacy across the two languages that students bring? This grade in individual cases, but also across further across grades. The second research question and purpose that I had was looking at children's identity and aspirations for bilingual and biliteracy development. In other words, what is the orientation among children themselves? How do they see themselves in terms of learners? Do they see themselves as bilingual? What is their identity? And does it in any way relate to their language development as well as literacy practices? Again, literacy practices in two languages. And here, the way I would like to see, and I have studied, and I've been very much thinking about literacy development, is, of course, school is the central site for literacy development, but home literacy, what actually happens at home, and the relationship, the bridges that schools and home builds or can build, is extremely important. But the second research question that I focused on is looking at the bilingual identity among children, and does it, and it does, in what ways it relates to literacy and language development. And the third question is, how do children develop bilingualism and biliteracy across home and school context? So what are the practices that they engage in? The research methods, the analysis of the data that I have shown to you from the sample, and specifically focusing on this sample, I used mixed methods approach, correlation analysis, and the measures, the data that was included in this analysis was standardized New York State, so standardized test, NISLET, students and teachers surveys, questionnaires, teacher ratings of children proficiency in Spanish and English, and we validated this so that we were sure, I was sure that teachers were as consistent, and they were actually very consistent in terms of how they were evaluated children's language proficiencies on teacher evaluations, and semester-long classroom observations and in-depth interviews of students and teachers. So the first research question, the main finding, which it is really confirming and really reassuring, is that indeed the correlation analysis uncovered the strongest relationship between English reading and Spanish reading, and between English writing and Spanish writing. This is incredible. That is, what it says is that when children are more proficient in terms of literacy, so the literacy skills across languages transfer. And this is really very powerful argument and data to reconfirm the commitment to development of literacy in first languages, because ultimately that knowledge indeed transfers to another language. And this is what we see in this sample with young emergent bilingual learners. So the Spanish reading and English reading and writing, there is the strongest correlation. So those students who are strong in English reading, they were also strong in Spanish reading as well as writing. So these results underscore the importance of early biliteracy that pertains to text reading and writing. So this was a really very important confirmation for me in the field, but also reassurance of the kind of curricula preparation for the schools and teacher preparation as well. As we collected a lot of data in terms of students' orientations to literacy and their attitudes. So qualitative data also has shown patterns and children's orientations, positive orientation to bilingual learning. So here's a good example. Students chose this school because they understood, and I was really impressed how in their own voices, children in grade 2 were able to articulate that they chose the schools because this school was bilingual. They understood the way I learn English is much faster because they also teach me studying Spanish. So the question, for example, one of the questions that we asked in interviews, is it important for you to continue learning Spanish? Because indeed, this is for many children or families, perhaps resources, literacy in Spanish are not so readily available. Often these communities are thought as minoritized. Often all kinds of discrimination does occur. So here's a powerful argument from children's voice that the child says, yes, because if I speak in English a lot, I can forget my Spanish. And so what I try my better to read in Spanish, notice the child's awareness of the reading in Spanish, and if they read in Spanish, they will better learn English. So because like that, I can't forget my Spanish. Again, notice the affirmation in child's world that they do not want to forget Spanish. And that knowledge also helps the child learning English. I find this incredibly, incredibly powerful, how the child himself, herself understand these bilingual and biliteracy relationships. But they live that. So this is beautifully articulated by a child. The second question the research question that I mentioned to you that I wanted to get answers in this data is the relationship between bilingual identity and aspirations, and how those sort of social, emotional aspects relate to biliteracy learning. So what data did confirm is that children with positive bilingual identity tended to be more proficient in both, in Spanish and in English, and they scored on higher on standardized tests. Again, powerful relationship in terms of social orientation, bilingual identity, and learning, assessing on standardized tests. Again, this is from young learners, grade 2. So here's more data in terms of correlational analysis. one of the also from this analysis, what came out is that home and school climate was found very important in terms of creating that positive environment climate and affirming identity aspirations, bilingual aspirations among children. So that had, as we saw earlier, positive relationship to scores standardized tests. So here you have an insight into the classroom, and again, qualitative data from children. Question: does it make you proud to be able to speak in both languages? And many children, but this is just a good example. Yes, because in this school it is bilingual, and they teach us a lot about reading, writing, math, science in Spanish and English. And again, school made an effort to create that affirming environment for children, celebrating their who they are and also their performance. So you can see here I have on the left I have a picture of students, but school was making effort to actually do all kinds of competitions, literacy competitions, and celebrate their accomplishments publicly. So again, I think that this is a really positive environment, and how school can actually aid that. The third finding, and I think that it's really important to underscore, is the teachers' roles. Teachers' roles in terms of building learner community. That became, for me, looking at the school longitudinally and working with teachers as well as administrators. Teachers were extremely dedicated, and they felt a sense of community with the children, and it was creating a community, learner community, was an instructional strategy, actually. So they were very keen on creating what I call learner community in class, emphasizing cooperative learning among children. And in the interviews with these young learners, what we also find is that they wanted that environment as well. And here I'm sharing with you an expert from a young learner who says, we can understand more in groups. And here the child says, the teacher puts us in a group to do something in math, English, and she puts us in a group, and then those who know more English explain it, and those who know more Spanish explain it as I do. So you can see that these children have a particular mindset of helping each other, sharing. They position themselves as, if I know something, I am going to share that with others. So they position themselves as a member of a learning community. I'm a helper. Those, and Issa Marie, a child, second grader, says, those who are help, and so the interview says, and that helps in terms of learning. And the child says, Issa Marie, those who are helpers, they help other people. Like me, I'm a helper. Yeah, yes, and you, Justin, another child in the interview, are also a helper. Oh yes, because we are a group. We are helpers. So you can see that mindset, that community, learner community, bilingual community is very present among these children, and they recognize that they can learn from each other language, and they share that sense of community. The second role that I found very important among the teachers in terms of building that community was building partnerships with parents and support for home literacy. These teachers in school were extremely dedicated. They themselves often initiated sending text books to with students, with the children home, because some of the parents might not have the resources and enhance those literacy skills at home. So children recognize the benefit of it. And teacher, here I have an excerpt from teacher, right? So this sending materials in Spanish helps at least then the parent kind of also feels that they are involved. And I think that this is really important, that teachers and schools have that sense of building partnership and that they understand I'm like, or they can help. So I try to send some things like in Spanish so they can kind of get idea of what we are doing. Again, small things, but building that literacy connection between school and home with these families was very important for these teachers. Also, the use of children's first language, and it I think that there is a lot of training that needs to be done in terms of how you use strategically first language or languages when you are teaching, in this case, the in English arts, the dominant language here for these children, or in the society, I should say, because as you saw that they are very, very proficient first language Spanish. When they enter the school is higher than English. So teachers capitalize in those semiotic resources. They use the first language. And currently, I think that we are developing really strategic and good understanding what function the first language can play in order to advance first language but literacy, but also second language literacy. Here's an example from data from the classroom where indeed teachers use the first language to scaffold the understanding, the interactions with the children, but it also aids that kind of learning climate for these students, for these bilingual learners. So collectively, I mentioned that for this particular grade, I worked with four teachers, and I wanted to know overall what were their priorities in the dual language program, so that administration also helps sort of understands what is the mindset, but also what are the needs of the teachers, what is the orientation among these teachers. So there were four teachers, Sarah, Liz, Rosa, and Mary, and this is again pseudonyms, but they very much emphasized in their own understanding the need for biliteracy development among these children. Lots of emphasis in terms of vocab learning. Again, that's where a lot of meaning resides in language. But also building the learners' confidence. They understood that they need to build that affirmative climate for these children, so that they feel proud, valued in the school. Again, that transfers very much how these children feel in the community, and definitely you can see in the case of Sarah, biliteracy number one. In the case of the second teacher, reading skills in both languages, writing skills in both languages, biliteracy. Also, some teachers are very much aware how and need to build the integration of technology into literacy development. But these teachers are extremely committed to bilingual biliteracy development. So that was again very positive. In interviews, they also felt that they need continuous professional development in this area. So that was really very helpful for me to hear and convey that to the school level. Children also in our interviews, in our contacts, they express their world, what it means to what kind of practices are present at home. And they spoke about parents' value towards bilingualism. And indeed, parents' attitudes to bilingualism does influence children's orientation. So you can see here excerpts from children's literacy practices at home. Again, there were 37 students, and this is student 9 from the sample. So the interview asks, do you read at home in English? And the student says, yeah, because I have just English books at home. So as I earlier mentioned, some children don't have literacy practices at home for a variety of reasons. And these children did have books in Spanish, but they had that in Puerto Rico. Many of them come precisely from that context. But the child continues, I like more Spanish. My mom tells me to speak Spanish, you see, Spanish at home, so that I don't forget Spanish also. So there is that affirmation of the first language, but the reading, we don't see that. And then the second excerpt that I wanted to share with you, again, comes from a child. We were asking students, what would you want to change in English language arts or native language arts, that is Spanish, in order to learn more? So student suggest read a book in Spanish and then at home read another book in English, but the same just one just in English. So they see the incredible value of reading the text in both languages, so that they can have access to that meaning, that understanding. As we see further from the student that we see that in the data that children do feel proud. They value being a bilingual learner. Some of the conclusions that emerge from this particular cohort and sample, schools have a tremendous role, and there's a need for identity affirming learning experience in schools for language or languages and socio-emotional learning. Definitely first language identity, I believe, is part of that social emotional learning and that positive atmosphere that schools need to promote. Today, we see in the samples and in schools, learners use multiple languages in flexible, creative, and innovative ways. Even they may not have full systems in those languages developed. They may not be complete. But we see from the samples that indeed first language literacy does play an incredible role, and those skills transfer to a second, and I would make an argument, other languages as students and children learn. So building heritage language proficiency within the school curricula matters. Then there is needs for school level home literacy support, as we see some good examples what teachers do in this sample. And I believe that literacy development, by literacy development, is not solely individual, but it is a social process, and that affirming identity in schools and in communities is extremely, extremely important. And I think that this is, I said that it, Professor Charles' talk provided an important link to what I wanted to say, is that building that sense of common goal, but also languages and cultures play a powerful, powerful role. And we can accomplish much in schools, in our classrooms. And the second major point that I wanted to share with you is that building school parent partnerships, active partnerships, taking responsibility, and resourcing school partner partnerships. I think that is important. And while teachers can do a lot on their own, I think that school administration needs to hear that and also resource those relationships. Raising families' awareness regarding the importance of biliteracy development. Again, very important, so that families themselves feel the value and are being affirmed in terms of first languages by literacy learning. So parents do co-construct bilingual knowledge and identities with children, and as we saw, that comes through the voices of the children themselves. So so these are some of the major conclusions that are broader based on the data, the empirical data that emerged from my study with this early bilingual learners. I know that I have limited time, so if that were better for us to have a dialogue conversation, I would be happy to pause here. I do have some data from subsequent grades that I will be happy to share with you, saying that literacy and biliteracy is a fragile concept. But maybe I can pause here and see if there are questions about this study.
So we actually have 2 questions. So if you would like, maybe we can see actually the samples or the data that you have. I mean, like in 1 or 2 minutes, and then we can start with the questions. So we can have both of what you have to share and then the questions.
Okay. My research program was longitudinal, 2 years with this school population. So included early grades, grade 2, grade 3, and then I work with grade 6 older learners, because I wanted to see what actually happens with the dual language program and literacy development with students in grade 6, where unfortunately the dual language program was ending. Okay, and students were transitioned principally to English only curriculum. So I wanted to see what we actually see, what happens in grade 6. So the sample that for study 2 that I would be happy to share with you is that that was 53 students that were included. Remember the big sample that I showed you earlier. So what we see in the second study is that all 4 English skills show positive upward trajectory. In other words, English language, they are developing, they are on the upward trajectory. And the longer the students attended the school, the higher the level of English proficiency. And I will show you just in a minute on the graphs. And the second outcome that we see in the data is that students face challenges in sustaining learning the 2 languages. So as I've mentioned to you earlier, maintaining dual language programs and literacy is very, very hard. It's challenging with the washback effects of assessment, testing, and literacy, there's a lot of work to be done, but it is a fragile concept. They become more dominant in English. That doesn't mean that they are not developing Spanish language proficiency, but we start seeing that they are shifting. And I never thought about school to be a site of language shift, but this is what I saw with this sample, with these students, that that this is what we are observing. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of actually answer a question that I had in mind, like when they progress actually into, further stages where they have to use English more than actually Spanish or actually in English only classes, are they really doing well, or there's something that is still undeveloped there, and they are, not as much as those native speakers in English. Yeah, but then you're saying that you studied them actually in grade 6 and that they're doing well.
Yes, so you can see,
that's really good to know.
Yeah, so you can see on this graph, and this is again from the sample of 53 students, right? So English across all 4 language skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. English proficiency is on the upward trajectory, right?
Yeah.
Spanish across, we see the again, as I said, it doesn't mean that I am not developing that literacy in Spanish, but it is sloping down.
Let me see here. So yeah, so they say, do you think the identity affirming factor is due to students learning a second language as an ESL and not EFL? And do you think we will find similar findings in an EFL context?
I think that language diversity is present in ESL and EFL contexts. So that I think that's one. So as in schools, right? I think that English is just one of those languages that is being taught. But I think that the model of the dual language program, I think that it is a great curriculum option for EFL context. I think that it's the emphasis on half and half of the content being taught in first and in the second language. I think that is almost an ideal in terms of biliteracy development. So I think that in terms of EFL context, the model of the dual language program, I think that it is a very, very important, a very, very good model in terms of language development. Here, in terms of ESL, the dual language program takes on, I think, that somewhat different dynamics, but I think that both in both contexts, the dual language program, I think that it's a very good option for language development and biliteracy learning.
Yeah, thank you so much. So here we have another question that says, what role does technology play in promoting biliteracy among young learners in today's digital age? And are there any digital tools or resources you would recommend?
Yes, I think that our learners are very proficient in terms of the use of social media and digital tools. So there are so many applications that at this moment I would have to kind of make a list of for which grade and that would be most appropriate. That might be almost a training session in its own right. In fact, this is what teachers and teachers in the dual language programs or in general in schools, they feel that they are always behind because they need training on for technology. So I think that it's really a separate session in terms of, you know, what are the tools for literacy development, because there are so many applications, and each school has its own preferences and how they train teachers. So I think that it depends on the context, I think, but our learners are digital natives. So you know, it's a question of choosing the best one for a particular context. And it's, you know, it's an ongoing teacher professional development for schools.
Definitely. So we have here also questions, also very kind comments actually from Yulia Gasarova, saying, thank you, Prof. Greffler, for a very thought-provoking conversation. And she would like to ask you a further question about the relation between language and identity, dual language literacy, or bilingualism, and saying definitely can exist, but can dual identity? Can the dual identity exist together? Coexisting together, like the English, I guess, and the Spanish one, for instance.
Mm-hmm. I think that it can. I think that currently we are in our field, we are working with the assumptions of multiple identities and not fixed identities, thinking one language, one culture. But I think that schools have opportunity to build that sense and mindset among children, and we constantly assume, we constantly work across multiple identities. So I think that we constantly engage in multiple identities. Today our paradigms come from very much post-structuralist approaches to language learning. So it's not identity fixed in one language, one culture, but it is about multiple identities. And our goal is to really create a kind of societies and schooling that those identities do coexist. So yes, those identities can, and they do.
There is actually an extension to these questions, and continuing to say that, do you agree with the idea that people tend to respond to challenges, ethical dilemmas, following their guts feelings, in other words, more emotionally if they hear such dilemmas in their L1, and conversely, they tend to employ more logic if they have to address the same situation in L2?
I think that we do have I think that we may not be exactly fluent in all 4 languages, in all languages that we speak. And that's what I mentioned earlier, that today our learners may not have complete systems, linguistic systems developed. That's number one. That doesn't mean that knowledge is not valuable or they don't draw on that knowledge. Okay. The second one, I think that the way that we may make associations between language or particular meaning in a particular context may have greater resonances, and the way we connect that, for example, some languages have gender built into the system. And so, for example, how Spanish learners experience gender, because it is already, gender is built across linguistic system in Spanish. And we don't have that in the English language. So, for example, the notion, let's say if we took the lexical item like river, what's so feminine about it that when we say that in Spanish and it doesn't have that attachment, that meaning in English? So definitely we cannot dissociate that that meaning, that associations to particular language, or how we create it in a context in language or dialects. Definitely that is the case. That doesn't mean that we cannot go beyond it, or we also develop sort of detached, sort of reflective understanding of the language as well. So can we do that better in a second language? Maybe. Again, it depends on the proficiency. It depends, how we learn the language. So I wouldn't, say, categorically, but definitely there is a point there that, certain, when we acquire meaning in a particular context, we have greater emotional attachment.
Yeah, I see that. I have a question actually, that how this dual program can be applicable to classes when we have actually a student from different backgrounds. So it's not only Spanish, so how can we accommodate all of those students from those different backgrounds and create probably different dual programs for them, right?
Yes.
Would that be applicable in that case?
So here you see at the very beginning when I was saying about dual language programs, a lot of them are in Spanish, right? Because the population that we have in New York, a lot of these children are more from the Spanish language. So definitely it is a constraint. I think that's where the technology and potentially AI can come in terms of providing more individualized sort of scaffold and support for students who are coming from more from a diverse languages in classroom. So it is a challenge. I absolutely agree with you that here we have two languages that are primarily operating dual language program. So what do we do with students who are coming from let's say Bengali or from Chinese? So it's definitely, we build programs that that are transitional, pretty much, focusing on English. But then we are not developing that literacy.
They're L1, yes.
L1. So there are losses, absolutely. I think that, there are, for example, in Houston, there are dual language program models in Arabic. So, it depends on the context, where the communities live. So we may not include all of those languages, but I think that currently the possibilities of technologies and how we can also build in personalized tracks within schools, I think that's something that we need to think seriously about.
Right.
And build inclusive multicultural learning, because you see
a solution, right?
You see that the value of first language proficiencies and also multicultural education in schools and its role in society in terms of building that awareness about cultures, building that awareness and knowledge of languages and cultures in the society. And this is what we also heard earlier in the talk, building that sense of unity. But in order to build that sense of unity, I think that we also need to know more about each other and understand each other, right?
Another question that I have is actually, is there any research studies about comparing their progress, for example, in English between those student coming from transitional program and student coming from the dual program? Is the literacy skills really different for them? And also for the L1, for the same learners, for example, or probably from, Spanish learners, like when it comes to the literacy skills of their L1 and from those coming from the transitional program and the dual program? like
Yes,
when they
so-
progress to grade 6 or, other, grades?
So in Collier and Thomas research has done a meta-analysis also on dual language programs. And definitely the dual language program is superior to transitional. Okay.
For both languages, for the L1 and the L2.
Yes, and in fact, my own study with students who entered college, there was a higher level of success among those students. Again, this is heritage language learners. Those who maintained the first language, they were most successful in college. That's very interesting, right?
Very, very interesting.
Very interesting. So those they were most successful. So this long-term, the impact of knowing the language actually being affirmed in that identity, as opposed to sort of losing that identity. And the dual language program model is successful when it meets specific conditions. That is, they being well resourced and teachers being well trained. I think that it's very, very important in terms of it as a model being successful.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and as you said, it's interesting. And what's interesting that we might think, even in one of the comments that you have from the teachers, that maybe the systems, the language system is still undeveloped for, maybe even both languages. And someone might think that they progress with that kind of undevelopment. And as compared to, for example, let's say native speakers' children, they wouldn't do well when they go, for example, to the college. But in fact, you said that actually the cases that you followed, they did pretty well. And this is really why I really find it interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this actually amazing research and findings. And I find it, inspiring, because I'm actually thinking now of a lot of research ideas of how we can actually research this further, how we can actually see when they progress to further stages what they are doing. And, if they can keep what they learned about the literacy skills for the L1 and the L2 when they actually progress at higher levels, what they would do. So all of these questions will be interesting to see. Thank you so much, and I'm happy actually and so grateful to this kind of a speech that you offered today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful questions. I think that these are extremely interesting avenues, and as I said at the beginning of my talk, lots of questions unanswered in terms of biliteracy development. But and I think that what we the configurations of biliteracy and bilingual programs, they change depending on the particular speech community at schools that we are examining. But I think that what we currently know, and I was extremely happy to see in the samples in this school, the reaffirmed value of cognitive and sociocultural in terms of the L1 and literacy, and a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of curricular design with multilingual learners that our schools accept across the nation, right? So
Right.
it is, young learners and their L1s fully developed or fragmented. It is something that we in the field researchers we need to think about, and we need to study and prepare teachers for these kids to succeed, in early grades, but also if they do well there, they will be successful going college. So I think that that's, you know, different configurations will happen depending on the school settings.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And have a nice day.
You too. Thank you, Dr. Reem, and thank you, Dr. Nora. You were wonderful, and thank you for this wonderful event. You are stars. So
thank you so much. You are the superstar here.
Thank you, Ms. Maha. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very warm evening to our diligent listeners and intellectuals. We're truly glad to have had you for the entirety of this event. My warmest thanks and appreciation goes to all keynote speakers, presenters, and workshop partners who made a tremendous contribution to the success of the ERL 2023 International Symposium. For more updates for our upcoming webinars, seminars, workshops, paid courses, symposia, and much more, please join us through our social media account, mainly via X and LinkedIn, which will be posted in the chat box. We offer many opportunities, such as job for researchers, research international and national collaboration. We also offer opportunities for visiting scholars, faculty members, students, and many more timely activities. So please follow us via our social media accounts. Further, I'd like to thank all attendees for joining us on this special day. We understand that your time is valuable, and we are thankful that you choose to spend it with us. Your dedication to advancing knowledge and networking with like-minded professionals is commendable. Your presence and participation have enriched this event beyond measure. We hope you enjoyed our symposium for this year, and you will be a recurrent visitor for years to come. Once again, thank you for attending the symposium. If you have any feedback, suggestions, critique, recommendations to help us improve our future events, please feel free to share your thought via our ERL email. Your input is always invaluable to us. Thank you once again for being part of our family, and we hope to see you again soon. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.